And check the TikTok stuff and all that. You actually coming up? There we go. All right, so we've got all that flipped over. We're gonna just take another attempt. I think we'll do another attempt at basically the same thing we just did. Unless there's something else someone wants to see challenge run-wise. Because that's part of why I'm doing this. It's just something fun and weird to do. But yeah. It's nice to know that you can catch Box and Rach's Fire even 10 weeks into lead. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what you have to do. Like, that's actually one of the things I found. There are people who used to be... Oh, wait, we don't want to do that. I want to get the mod for my minimap. So we'll end up moving... I don't know where to put the camera in RimWorld half the time. I think, like, that's probably the best when I put the minimap back up. What about another generation colony? So I did have a lot of fun with the Adam and Eve colony. I don't really want to do that again right now. I like mixing up my challenges a lot of times. The other problem with the Adam and Eve colony is I don't mind a colony being a little bit on the slow burn, but like that was 8, 9, 10 streams before we got to like 7, 8 colonists. Up, yeah. So I need to go back because I want my minimap mod back. So we're gonna go ahead and set that up. Where do we go? There it is. Minimap mod, enable you. Was there anything else you really wanted? I know the minimap was missing. There were some other things that was missing. I'm trying to remember what they were. Not replace stuff, not reminders. Not gonna worry about quality builder, because that was one of the ones we removed that were having issues before. Not gonna worry about cleaning area. I used to use that a lot, but that was another one that we cut when we were having like the weird where we disabled a whole bunch of mods. We're doing it with an issue where like within the like we have a clip where I have like 6 different events occur all within the short span of a clip, like 4 bad, like and 2 that are like good to neutral. And I was having problems with that like very reliably, and we couldn't isolate what mod is, so I just dumped almost all the mods. It's one of the reasons that I keep going back to that I don't mod very often, because there's probably 2 or 3 runs that we lost because some mod was doing something that was causing the events to be hyper aggressive. Alright, Strider, you sleep well. So I do like to, like, I always like going Lost Tribe. I do like going with Cassandra. I'll do 100%. It also wouldn't surprise me if we end up having pretty soon, like, a big dip in viewership for RimWorld, since people have been, like, binge-watching people playing RimWorld for, like, the last 5 days. That, people be wanting to check something else out for a little while. I think you can get more than 3 hours of sleep tonight? I hope so. I hope so. Because a lot of people enjoy RimWorld, but it is one of those things that I... Like, because, like, it's been a long time since there's been an update in RimWorld. I've definitely noticed, like, viewership... Like, it goes like this, up and down. But it has been... It has been waning a little bit. It's kind of the same thing with Project Zomboid, is it'll, like, really drop off, and it'll, like, bounce up for a little bit when someone comes up with some new video on YouTube, or some big, you know, streamer pops in and streams it for a while. That kind of thing. It's just a thing. So it's jungle. Trying to stay where it's actually going. Right after sales too, more people buying the game and looking it up. Yeah, you also have, though, at the same time when the sales happen, it usually means a ton of games are on sales, which means you're more likely to have those games that are more immediately come to mind kind of games. Will be more on people's minds than games like RimWorld, who have been around for a while. So, like, for a bunch of people who didn't buy Starfield right when it dropped, you'll probably have a big spike there. You'll probably have a bunch of people who pick up Baldur's Gate because they didn't pick it up right when it dropped. You know, they didn't have the budget or whatever for it. It's Temperate Swamp. But all those point to we just had our Cyber Monday sales come to an end kind of thing. So there's a very good chance that oh, Grasslands. Yeah, that's one of the modded things. So we won't do that because I have no idea how they'll go. Well, that's an interesting tile. Not a good one. Because, like, there's two entryways that are not attached, so need to dig to attach them. Otherwise, they would, they had two front attacks, so they'd have to deal with that on either side. Keep finding those corner ones. I just don't remember finding nearly that many corner tiles. But yeah, all of that will serve to, basically reduce the viewership of games that are, you know, as far as marketing side, stale. What I mean by that is, there hasn't been things driving interest. Like, you know, honestly, the hot potato may... I'm curious about that. If the hot potato would have driven up like, outside of the event itself, driven up people watching RimWorld, or would have been, like, not done anything meaningful one way or the other. Because, like, most of the people who participated have played RimWorld with a couple of, do play RimWorld, I should say, versus a couple exceptions. I always never know what kind of tile I want to start with. Because I'm trying not just do mountain base after mountain base. There's actually a while I was deliberately saying no mountain bases. You don't really know if what to watch at the moment. Sort of burned down RimWorld after the hot potato, but I don't see anyone I know playing anything really interesting at this point. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Is like we're in that gap where we're not getting new releases now on a meaningful speed. Which is definitely a problem. And so like RimWorld is one of the fallbacks, but like honestly, RimWorld as a fallback game has been more of a mixed bag lately. Like for example, its normal viewership has been kind of in the low end of my average. So it's not low enough that I'm like, oh man, RimWorld's really struggling. But it's like kind of like lukewarm viewership a lot of nights. Like to give you an example on metrics, a lot of times FarmSim actually outperforms RimWorld for me now. Sometimes it doesn't. Like that's not consistently one way or the other. But like on viewed hours and all that. Per the amount of hours streamed, to be clear. Like, if you look at it, it's like, actually, your viewed hours of RimWorld is higher. It's like, yeah, and my stream time's way higher, too. But if you start doing the calculation about it... I don't know what biome... I don't know what I want to do here. There's also something to be said for when I don't have to think up some clever challenge or some interesting run mechanic or something like that. Which unfortunately, especially games that have been around a while, you usually have to do something to differentiate yourself. And that's always tricky. Because, like, I have to choose Temperate to do the Boom Rat thing, unless we're doing something else. But then if we're doing something else, what is the something else we're doing? Yeah, the weird runs, to me, were odd. It was hard to get into some of them. Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate reality with, like, RimWorld. You either have to do something that's, like, a challenge run, or you have to do something that's kind of a weird run. Like, you can get away with a regular run once in a while, but just a straight-up, I'm playing a RimWorld run, usually doesn't hold people's interest very long. That'd be an interesting one. Doing a Rift. And that's generalizations. Obviously, there are going to be some people like, I just want a regular RimWorld run, and I could tell you when I do regular RimWorld runs, people don't stay interested very long. Like, even, like, I'll start the regular run, and you'll see the viewership dip. Like, just immediately after. Because you're just, it's like, oh, it's kind of the, oh, I've seen this before. You're still new to the game, so trying to see how the game is supposed to go. Well, honestly, I think winning the game, like the traditional winning, isn't even what people love the game for at all. Like, people love the game for, like, all the chaos and having to react and pivot to stuff and, like, weird run ideas and all that kind of stuff. It's the fact that it's, like, a sandbox that, like, weird stuff happens. 1,000 hour at this point, you've never gotten the spaceship ending? Yeah, I mean, I've done the spaceship ending a good couple of times. Like, we could just go for a run, like, just not even a silly run, just go for a run to do the victory. I know we messed with that not too long back. And we didn't actually do it because I misplayed a fight. But we got pretty far. I don't know what tile I want. I don't want to just... It's like, that's the thing. I don't want to just do a mountain tile. But I'm also trying to think of tiles we want to do. Like, this is the entire difficult thing for me nowadays. You usually can't even get to that side of the research. Yeah, you start learning tricks that make it easier. You love RimWorld just as open as the sandbox? Yeah. I got Temperate Force with, like, no real... Yeah, like, no real mountains, just a couple little regular mountains. We'll just do it with, like, no real mountains. We'll go with that. Create fluid. Next. So if I load saved... So the thing that makes me curious is we load saved, and it's not fluid anymore. Customize a new ideology. Yeah, so it's going to load that as a custom fixed. I didn't realize it was going to do that. I don't want to go through the headache of custom fixed or, like, re-entering the whole thing here. That's a bummer you can't be, like, fluid preset. Like, so it starts at a point fluid. We might switch off of the boom rat thing and just do something else. I didn't realize it was going to be, like, 10-15 minutes of setup every time. You have to save the one you build. Well, that's the thing, is I did save this, the Hail Boom Rats, but it's not fluid, it's fixed. It's under the fixed category. At least that's the way it implies here. So the idea being I would get 10 points, you know, you wouldn't level up. At least that's the way I'm reading this. I could be wrong because I've never done this before. I never saved my ideology. But my assumption is the fluid one I saved became a fixed at the point I saved it. Because I like fluid where you kind of build up the ideology as you go. Alright, chat. So that brings up the question, because I'm not resetting that crap up. That took like 10-15 minutes. I don't want to shortcut it. So what are we doing instead of the boom rats? And I'll change my titles and all that when we get there. So we can go out here to the map here, because there's going to be a tribal start. Are we going to do some other tile, or are we going to do this, or are people just genuinely not interested in RimWorld and I'll just go do something else instead? Because this did only win by 3 votes out of 6 votes for it. Which to me tells me no one is particularly motivated one way or the other between the game selection. Like, trying to get some kind of feedback, because I'm waffling on what the heck I want to do. And before anyone goes, you should play what you want. I don't know what I want to play. It's a great question. It's been a real problem lately. Like, I was enjoying Coral Island and I binged that real hard. But, just grinding out achievements. Vampire Folklore? So, I actually don't like the vampires and the Yatkin and any of the ones that have the aggressive trait. I've personally found the ones that have things that trigger social fighting at a higher frequency, I find very annoying because they just constantly social fight. And I would actually credit a number of colony deaths to social fightings, keeping everyone pissed off at each other and injured. So we're like, the vampire thing's fine, but like that. We don't know what we want you to play either. Nobody knows what anyone wants. And I know if I play Project Zomboid, I'll have a bunch of people say, look, your viewership's slightly up. You know, no surprises there, and it makes me hate wanting to play Project Zomboid. Transhumanist? I could go for a Transhumanist. I can't tell you the last time we did a Transhumanist run. I will have to turn off random research. No research for Transhumanist, I think. Because I'll be like, I want a neural supercharge, and I won't have the tech. Here, let's do a poll. Let's do a quick poll. Let's put some stuff on here. What are we doing? Transhumanist run. Here, I'll pull up where I can see chat as well in case people give suggestions while I'm trying to type these up. So I could look at Transhumanist run. People who are gonna watch this on the YouTube later can be like, what the hell? Sorry, man. I live stream. I don't edit my videos. I can't afford an editor. So sorry that this is a total disaster of indecision. I'll fix the title when I'm done with stream, so it's not totally scuff and lying. There'll just be a big lead-in that you'll have to wait through. So my bad, YouTube. So if Transhumanist is one, we'll do a Naked Brutality. That'll just the entire point of Naked Brutality thing. Naked Permawinter one. Oh, are you like so permanent winter? So I've done Naked Brutality Ice Sheet before, like 500%. A very slow, boring one colony person. We could do Rich Explorer. So those are just like straight up regular ones. Rich Explorer. Arco Folk for ending. We could try Arco Nexus. If we do an Arco Nexus, we'll also like vote on the not vote, but we'll have like a discussion on that. Or not RimWorld. Which I'll warn you, if it's not RimWorld, it's probably Farming Simulator. Just to go with it. So we have Transhumanist Run, Naked Brutality, Arco Nexus, or Rich Explorer. So they're just basic, straightforward runs. Have you tried the Crash Landing mod? I'm not familiar with the Crash Landing mod. I'm familiar with the Crash Landing as like the base game having it. I usually don't do hardly any modding though. I have been burned so many times by mods. It's an interesting start. Okay, so what we've got here is I've got a poll going, so if you don't see it, don't forget to refresh your browser and all that. We have a Transhumanist run. For those who don't know what Transhumanist is, it is a group around body augmentation. Aggressive xenotypes. They always social fight each other. Yeah, I can't stand... Like, it's not so bad, but some of them... Like, the worst one with the vampires is half the time they social fight, they decapitate each other, and it's like, oh my god, please stop. Naked Brutality is where you start with one person who starts with absolutely nothing. Rich Explorer, you start with one person, but they got a whole bunch of stuff. The ship continues crashing down in the tile. Oh, that sounds rough. Arco Nexus is a special ending that has like 3 parts. I've done a full Arco Nexus run on the channel before, but the VODs don't exist for that anymore. Warming up now, almost summer here in Australia. I think it's been determined. Yeah. And then there's not RimWorld. Doesn't Arco Nexus take a long time? Yes. It's not quite as long, so it's you basically do 3 full playthroughs of the colony, each playthrough being a little less as long as a normal playthrough of RimWorld. So it's like, if you think of how long it takes you to launch the ship, knock that down about 25%, and then do that 3 times. Because I think you have to get your colony wealth to something like 350,000 and ally with, it'll be like that faction, go ally with them. And then you do your reset, and then you do it again with a different colony, and you do reset, and then you do it again with a different colony. and then you just, like, you're collecting the MacGuffins. Oh yeah, no, Arco Nexus is the long haul run. Like the real long haul run. But yeah, no, we did it on the channel. It was honestly one of the more popular runs I had ever done because almost no one does Arco Nexus. Like every once in a blue moon you'll have someone pop out and do one. But it's pretty rare because it's a long time commitment. And you have to successfully not get your colony murdered 3 times in a row. And the other thing we'll do, and I'll just, like, I won't put an actual poll up, we'll just have, like, a quick poll, is whatever one we have win, we'll, what difficulty do you want to see? Because normally, you've seen a streamer do one, you wasn't able to watch very often, so you don't know how it went. Yeah, no, it's like, genuinely an Arco Nexus run, you'll probably be watching us do that colony for, like, the next 2 months. And that's not an exaggeration. Because it'll probably take me a good 4, 5, 6, 7 streams per phase. Assuming things don't go horrifically. Because 350,000 colony wealth, unless you're like doing that. Yeah, Wo just did it, took a while. Oh yeah, it takes a long while. Like I had a good time with it, and it was one of those runs that people who got invested in it stuck around for the whole thing and were super invested in it. But anyone who jumping into it in the middle, most did not stick around because they had no idea what's going on. Sway Frost says, you sold your first colony, gave up. Took me 2 weeks at least. Yeah, so it is faster the second time you go, like each iteration, because your people you land, you'll have your 5 people, and they'll still have all their skills and augmentations. So if you have your people that are all teched out with bio and archotech limbs and all that, and really high skills, they can build up the colony pretty fast, so you can kind of bypass a chunk of the early game. Especially if you bring your researcher and they're like intelligence 20. But yeah, it seems like choosing what stuff to bring with you is important too. Yeah, there's a lot. It's a very fun run. It is honestly one of the more satisfying runs is the Arco Nexus. And honestly, we could do Transhumanist run with the intent of going after Arco Nexus. We don't have to make the decision on what ending we're doing until we're like, okay, it's time to build the ship, or okay, it's time to royalty, or no, royalty would start earlier. But like, when you get to the point, okay, am I building the ship or am I Arco Nexusing? You make that decision. But you don't do that till mid to late game. You know, whether or not you want to reset or not. Like Arco Nexus is like doing 3 rounds of New Game Plus type deal. Alright, so it seems like it's going to be very much transhumanist. So let me go ahead and switch our information over. So Transhumanist colony is go, starting now. So then that mod list should be correct. It's possible it's off by 1 or 2 because I had to re-enable all my mods after the potato. And we'll just change this to Transhumanist run starts now. So again, sorry for those who are checking this out on YouTube later in the recording and how you're probably like 20 minutes into it and we haven't played the game yet. Alright, so if we're doing a Transhumanist run, I do have to make one alteration to my mods, which is the no starting research has to go, and random research has to go. Honestly, no research, that's okay. No, we'll get rid of that. Because Transhumanist is very research, like, dependent. You have to research neural supercharge, you have to research bioregeneration, you have to research those things. Because if you don't have it, you get a mood penalty that just gets worse and worse, and people end up killing each other over it. It's just the same thing as doing the Transhumanist with body purists as kind of a non-starter, that they'll get pissed off if they don't have augmented limbs, and they'll get pissed off if they do have augmented limbs. So it's just a person who lives pissed off. Alright. So with that, Honestly, I can't tell you the last time I did crash landed. Alright, we're just going to do regular Lost Tribe. So we're going to take the research penalty, because that makes it interesting. So, the question we have here. Mechanator? Transhumanist Mechanator? How brutally did we die? Oh, it was pretty bad. We were basically starving, and I went to hit a rhino, and we aggroed the multiple. I figured it was probably a death condition, but it went worse than I expected. Yeah. So, what difficulty do we want to do? Normally, I play Strive and Survive, because that's about the right feel. You know, about the right feeling so far as difficulty for me personally, where there's enough happening to keep it interesting, but not so hard that just, like, you have to do all of the meta-sweating strategies, like, to, like, really lean in on everything. So people are more interested in seeing the run go through. We make it easier, probably to Adventure Story. If people... I mean, otherwise we just go Strive to Survive. Basically, are we more interested in just having a challenging run or seeing it through? Because I've gotten the impression more people are interested in seeing one through, because I do... like, I'm almost always running a challenge run, which means I'm already putting, like, 30 extra layers of difficulty on myself, where this doesn't matter as much, seeing it through. And I'm not going to do, like, a full pull, I'm just kind of going to eyeball it. So if I can have a couple people say in chat, we can go with that. You think... okay. Okay, so I got a bunch of people saying seeing it through. So we're going to drop it down to Adventure Story. I'm still going to leave it... yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, for me, once you get down here, that's when you start getting to annoying difficulty. Versus Strive to Survive is kind of like that nice middle ground for me. So we've got... yeah, no, these can still get hard. Like, don't outside of peaceful... I mean, Community Builder's also pretty less. Honestly, all of these runs can still kill you pretty easily. This just basically increases the severity of what you get hit with, not like the frequency and all those kind of things. But you can still get a bad combination of stuff that hits you that wrecks your day. I'm just gonna leave everything on default over here. Yeah, so you can still have the thing where you get hit with, like, a toxic fallout, followed by malaria, followed by a cold snap, followed by plague, and just go, but why? 5% losing is fun and Phoebe. I've mentioned this before streaming that I have done the Naked Brutality ice sheet 500% nonsense and all that. But that was before I was streaming. And that's the reason why I don't do, like, those super duper sweaty 500% stuff is I mean, most of those, it's you've got to get over that first hurdle. So now the question is, what type of tile do we want to do our transhumanist run on? I am up for whatever. People want swamp, jungle, temperate forest. Ice sheet would be very difficult to do with as many people. Realistically, most of them would die at the beginning because there just wouldn't be enough way to make food go around. That's actually a thing to a certain degree. Doing Naked Brutality does give you one advantage on Ice Sheet, that you can, you know, not have to worry about mood breaks when half the people die, and you eat them. I also probably won't do it because that basically requires cannibalism. And I'm just not interested in cannibalism. See, it's nice. That one I would do Naked Brutality or Lone Explorer for those ones. To me, it actually makes more sense than trying to do that. But no, I'm not going to do that. I have no interest in doing that right now. Like, the way, for those who haven't done, you know, Ice Sheet, what you do is you usually box in a generator with as little material as possible just because whatever you can get done. But you box it in real fast, you hold the door and you kind of step in out to keep people from freezing to death. Anything that walks on your map, you murder and eat it, people and everything. I mean, I didn't see much of the dwarf type base like you were just doing. Yeah, because it's become a thing that a lot of people actually are very against the dwarf base. Because that's just what so many people do, because it's very defensible. So we got Boreal Forest. We got someone saying Boreal Forest. I'm okay with Boreal Forest. Swampy cold forest. A desert map. I could also do a desert map. You do like mountain maps? So... okay, so Boreal, do you want a Boreal mountainy map or Boreal not mountainy map? The door play is so common it's boring. Non. Yeah, that's kind of what you get. Is that almost everyone runs almost everyone runs the mountainy maps because they're not easier per se. They're far more defensible. So you give up like lots of growth space for very defendable territory. Use a D20 and select, then select random site number of times. Hills will be fun to build around. Yeah, I'm looking like something like this. Like, I actually do like when there's a lot of like marsh and annoying terrain to work around where you have to build wood or build really funky shaped bases to get around them. That's the reason why I say one of the, like, I used to almost always go for like swamp and tropical rainforest just because I liked the difficulty of having to build in like really crappy one. Large hills. Try and remember, so there's terrain, flat. So large hills? I've also done the random thing where it'd say like, say we rolled 5, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just go with it. I feel like large hills that end up building in the marble as well. Or into the rocks as well. We can do it. So that's actually not a bad grow season for, Ooh, actually, there are large hills on a road? We don't do road maps very often. I'll see if I can find a large hills on a road. Ah, of course it's a cliffside. Boo. Why is that a cliffside? Wow, just don't give me large hills on roads. I see how it is. I mean, it makes sense in real life to not build your roads on large hills. Why does it give me all the cliffs on the roads when there's not against cliff areas? Come on. It's weirdly making them all cliffside maps, which I don't really understand. For Burial, I mean. Wow, that is quite the ocean on this map. Well, I see. The Empire has to be on one of these. Yeah. What is that? Oh, Glacial Shield, that's right. Which is the modded terrain. What are the tiers in the mountain? Those are there's one of the mods I have is like geological landforms or something like that. They could give you some kind of creative things. So it's looking more and more like it's making me choose between large hills and road, because I don't know if it's just a nature of the roads, but the roads when they're near a mountain are always giving us the full-on cliffside, which is gonna result in a diggy hole kind of base. Which is something we deliberately have said we don't want. Well, that's an interesting one. Okay. So we wouldn't get the mountain ones you'd want if I did this. But I could get a road and the water. We actually get like a really broad river, which could be interesting. I don't think I've ever done that before. Yeah, we willing to give up the mountains for a really broad river and just see how it goes. Let's do it. I don't do rivers very often. Alright, fluid, ideological, transhumanist. We're gonna leave most of this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I just realized that you can do a fluid ideology. Select the first few minutes, then the final build page, load custom. Ah, gotcha, that's good. Yeah, so all of these will be... Yeah, so you can't literally not change those. I was just making sure all those are up there. We're gonna leave most of the stuff alone. I'm going to remove the venerated emu because it literally can't survive on that tile. Is there an add random? Of course there's not. Add the Thrumbo as the venerated animal. I'll do that just because. But, if we do actually, if we actually get Thrumbos, that could be fun. And that could be a reward for us. Preferred apparel. We can regenerate, so randomize it. Well, that's cool. If I get something like that, let's have... So it's a bummer it's always hats, because you want to have helmets and all that, and that works against it. Oh, you know what? They want face masks. Strong. Excellent. That's what we're gonna do. I'm just goofing around with stuff. Yeah, no, I see the load custom. Are we gonna give our ideology a name? Yeah, I'm not gonna get through that because it'll take forever. Okay, accept. All right, so first injuries, get rid of them, get rid of them. Okay, undergrounder, nimble, undergrounder, T-taller, steadfast, beautiful, body modder, and actually having a good distribution of skills, except research, which really specifically kind of sucks for this one. Do we have a lot of heavy overlap? So you're a medical person who'll do mining. You are a crafter who will do mining. You are incapable of violence, but you cook, you plant, you craft, and you medical. And you're nimble and extremely good at fighting and crafting. And you're good at shooting, mining, construction, and animals. Ooh. I think we're going to go with it. I think we are going to go with it. Just have the gap in research as a skill. Because I'm actually willing to put up with this person, because that is a lot of passions and skills that I can work with. Oh, Undergrounder is bad. You are right. As I have multiple of them. No injury. Alright. And now we have a horrific distribution. Because now we're short on construction, cooking, plants, and intellect. That is a lot of gaps in the skill set. That is a lot of gaps in the skill set. Ooh, jogger. Still not filling in the gaps in the skill set we need. Like, the traits are good. It's the skills we have are bad. Kind. I need literally at least someone in here. So there's cooking and animals. We're ending up with almost everyone being a night owl. But I still don't have construction, mining, or plants. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is like, no, let's actually do this. I was trying to hold on to this one. Alright. You've got some good stuff, but... The jogger mining, not able to do dumb labor. Come on. I mean, that gives us some base skills, but... I think I can work with that. So our construction would be in bad shape. Yeah, like, everyone has animals. I don't know why. I don't know why the game's like, animals. That's the ticket. I think I can live with that. Our research has a gap, and our construction has a gap. I wish there's an easier way to... see who has what, like, just collectively. I also have way too many melee people. That's our cooking person. That's our plants. I think you get reset. I'm trying to get construction and or research in there. Not to be particularly picky about it one way or the other. But like construction or research or something. Right now there's just a lot of gaps in our, like a lot of gaps. Why can I not have construction and research? Unless it's just like a super awful colonist. Wow, like what is happening where it's just not willing to give me construction or research? Well, there's a brawler. Hey, Mr. Glock. Can boom rats be on this tile? No, boom rats aren't on this tile. They're mostly only in the temperate times. Like technically I could be raided or have them show up just like with raid kind of thing. Not sickly. Well, we have research. Can't medical. I think I can live with that. At least there's only one gap in this colony. I'm gonna move forward with it. It's fine. I just sit there looking at this going, my god, why? What? Like, we still didn't get a construction person that wasn't horrifically injured. Don't care about the gods being angry. Alright, so first of all, we're gonna go here, go orders, allow, yes. And let's look at what we have here and see what we've got so far as our pawns and who's gonna be where. So, like, your best shot, you're getting a bow. You're gonna also get a bow. You're gonna get the Pila. You can have the Equa. And where's the knife? You can have the knife. Alright, so we've got the initial one set up. Let's check. So, as far as soil goes, all of our soil is kind of crap. There's like a little pocket okay here, a little pocket okay here, and I'm not even going to mess the other side of the map. But if we look at the buildable space, it's also kind of crap, which is kind of the difficulty. I do think we build up against the river. I kind of like the idea of turning the river into a kill box. Now, added bonus to that is if we actually look at a lot of this river, a lot of it's chest-deep water, which means it'll have massive slowing effect to people walking through. This is the road that goes through this area as well. We have a geothermal right here in the middle. I honestly think I just build right there to start with. Use the geothermal for its heat in a pinch. And we can eventually get water wheel or whatever and just try and work with that. That marsh, this spot of marsh is probably going to be middle of our base. I could see building the wall out and around the marsh and just trying to make that part of it. We're going to have some difficulty space-wise. Yes, this soil's all pretty terrible. That's fine. Alright, so let's start this off by going work. Get people assigned to all the things that they have passions for first. And then go to our priorities. So you're going to be our cook. There's no question about that. these set. We have our social / warden. You're not going to hunt, you're melee. Alright, so let's look at our assignments. So you're clearly going to be our farming person. Right, we don't have a construction and mining person, so that's going to be you, friend. We'll put hunt on there as low priorities for the moment. You can help out with the handling. Yeah, you'll be our crafter. You're our researcher. So you cook and research right now. You're our crafter. You're our mining person. You are our cook. And when you're not cooking, you're going to haul and clean. Actually, that's not true. We'll have you do the mining of that at the beginning, and later we'll switch you over. And then you're going to be our construction person who's terrible at it, and will be probably terrible at it forever. Okay, so we've got that animals-wise. The husky might get to live, but everyone else is going to die. Is there an anima tree? There probably is. It's way up here by the edge of the map, so I probably won't do much with that. Alright. So before anything else, that's a rich soil. Congratulations. Your rice. Okay, so I've got everyone getting equipped. The rice is going to be planted there. I'm trying to remember how big. I always have to like rethink about how big the I believe that's the space I'll need for that, so we can go up here and go like this. And that'll be an enclosed space that I can open and close the doors to do stuff with. I'll actually make 2 doors. And then this will be the sleeping area for the time being. Let's see. You normally need to kill all the starting animals right away. I just don't need to feed them. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. I'm probably gonna go. Let's just do that. Let's just be done with it. The tile's gonna be cold enough that we'll have it at least refrigerated for most of the time. Yeah, so you're a growing person. The other thing we need to do is go to schedules. Alright, so I've got a bunch of night owls here. So we have you. The first 3 are night owls. So if I remember correctly, here, it'll actually tell me. Night owls get upset about being out from 11 to 18. So schedule, sleep, 11 to 18. That's when you do recreation, that's when you do recreation. Okay. Me is useful, usually food struggle to start with older tiles. Yeah. So I need to give Borp as much time as possible. Alright. Let me go ahead and... Alright, so it's not going to just remember it. So Q... Draw? Aurelian? That'll be Alanorama. Gonna be up there in melee. And then next we have Sentient Cookie. Gonna be growing stuff and being up there in melee. Did we start with the Monkey and Burial tile? Yep, as a pet. And then Smiffles. You are, I believe, our mining person. No, I think you're a crafter. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out when we get there. I'm sure it'll change the moment we recruit 1 or 2 people, because then we'll be able to like specialize some people a bit better. We'll have Illicit NZ. And Spencer. Alright, so we got our colonist set. So Alanorama is going to be handling the cooking and stabbing people in the face with an Iqua. Sentient Cookie is going to be handling the plants and then stabbing people in the face with a knife. Smiffles is, I believe, set to be our... What is yours? Yes, Smiffles is set to be our crafter and is going to be at range once we get something better for them. Illicit NZ is our construction mining person. You'll probably ultimately end up being hauling cleaning once we get a proper construction mining person in, but you're subbing in for the meantime. Let's also... We'll have to juggle these doors. And you're going to be ranged. And then we have... Oh, did I really take a body purist and just overlook it? That'll be a big problem. So Spencer is going to be a bad time, but is going to be our researcher. It's fine. It's probably not fine. I mean, I've already started at this point. I'm not restarting. If we have someone who melts down constantly, that is what it is. Alright, I'll try leaving both of those doors open. And that way, as they build their roofs over this area. Joy Wire will offset that. Yeah. You love the pink masks? I just chose masks as their, you know, their ideology, like, thing, because the hats, you wear them, and then you get helmets, you're like, well, I don't want to wear the hat anymore. I was like, okay, so I was going to choose, like, face or something like that. And I was like, oh, wait, there's face masks. And I already always give my colonists face masks. Because, low-key, those face masks actually give you some protection to your face from, like, actual combat damage. It's not a lot, but sharp and heat damage, a little bit. I think we're going to get Spencer killed at some point. Realistically, if they're getting that mood penalty, Spencer is probably going to get Spencer killed at some point. They're going to get a social fight and someone's going to be tired of them. And then that'll be the end of Spencer. They also get prevention from spreading illness, right? No, so RimWorld doesn't actually have... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. RimWorld doesn't have the concept of spreading illness in the base game. The game just rolls a dice and says, you all now have illness. And that's just the way it works. Does stockpiles help in cold maps, or does it matter? I mean, stockpiles how you tell it where to put stuff. So, like, right now, this is a problem because we have food laying in water, which will go bad even faster. Like, it won't rot faster, it'll, like, decay out of existence faster. Meanwhile, we're going to go along here. All of these will be worth steel. So you take all the road markers for their steel. Sorry, Spencer, your time is limited. Gotcha, new. Oh yeah, no, that's no problem. By all means, ask away. Yeah, so you have two different ways things go bad. They can rot, which is where it spoils, and then they can be, like, they can actually just be destroyed from that. So where it says spoils here, 1.2 years, and then you have this as the separate thing. So because it's sitting in water, it's getting destroyed faster, so that's deteriorating at 8 per day. But if we go to the one next to it that's not in the water, it's 2 per day. We're gonna actually have you, So for right now, it's not too big a problem. We're going to leave the door open. The reason I'm leaving at least one door open in this place at all times is once we put a roof on here, if I don't leave a door open, this room can eventually get hot enough it sets the room on fire. But by, like, juggling the doors back and forth, I can route the heat out or I can route the heat in depending on what I need. So since the days are already 70 degrees, I don't need to route heat into this room yet. Bills add butcher creature do forever. Yeah, no, stockpiles are useful. Make sure stuff just doesn't sit in water and go bad. Things like that. Let me select just this one. There. Alright, so we've got that one and that one. I will plant the strawberries. I'm gonna plant the cotton. And we'll plant the heel root. That's fine. And also I'm just going to expand this. We're not going to worry about corn. This is a tile that corn can actually be pretty hard to grow. That's a huge river. Yeah, that's kind of the idea of why we chose this tile. I normally don't do river tiles. I'm still probably not going to be able to do the... I'm so used to playing in Celsius. I was like 70 degrees. What the heck? So I actually have a mod that shows both. Oh, you can't see because I'm in the way again. There is nowhere on this screen that is like great for RimWorld. I think I'm gonna go with this one. But yeah. Oh no, that'll also be in the way. Cause these, it's no matter where you're in the way on this. Where's the top right? Okay. That's also in the way. RimWorld, buddy, pal. Give me some place I could put myself. It's fine. I'm gonna go with that one, I think. It will cover up the name of the person, but that's it, really. Oh, there's a few people who do that. They'll be like, hey, could you make yourself bigger? It's like, sure. But, so the reason I was doing that is because, like, down here, you can see, like, a bunch of just the information going on. But yeah, so you can see I actually have both the Fahrenheit and Celsius showing. So this room here, the geothermal, we have the door open. It's in about 35 to 40 degrees Celsius. Versus our like regular room is actually at a pretty reasonable room temperature, 24 degrees Celsius or 74 degrees Fahrenheit. But when it gets to winter and starts getting colder, then I'll toggle the doors. What do you read in by default? Fahrenheit. Personally. I'm here in the US, so Fahrenheit's just what I'm accustomed to. Like, there's certain units in cells, or there's certain metric units that I can read and it's like just as easily communicated to me for the most part. But temperatures as well as ones that not as much. Alright, so you have nothing you're able to do right now, Spencer. So what I'm gonna have you do to help fill in is we'll give you low priority on construction and mining and plant cut. You grew up with metric in the UK? Since the US move, we're using Fahrenheit now? Yeah, no, it's, there's been a lot of discussion of, like, which is better for what and all that. And generally, my stance is, like, I would prefer metric for almost everything, with the exception of temperature. For purposes of, like, everyday life. For scientific purposes, I do think metric's still the correct answer for that. But, like, the joke is, Fahrenheit is, like, what does water... Like, what was it? It was, like... Fahrenheit's what people feel... man, it was like Fahrenheit's what people feel, Celsius is what water feels, and Kelvin's what science feels, or something. Like it's honestly, it's just preference. But like, it's just a preference thing. Alright, so we are getting the potatoes planted. We are going to start going to our wildlife and saying, if it exists on the map and it doesn't hunt me back, it goes into play. Actually, that's Spencer. Hey, Spencer, you know how I told you to do these things? Yeah, don't worry about it. Your job, Spencer, is to decimate all wildlife. Let's see, we always had 0 water starts to freeze, 100 water starts to boil. Degrees Celsius? Yeah. Well, that was kind of thing, is like, if Celsius set to 0 is freezing, 100 boiling, which is handy for water. Yeah, that was the joke. It was Fahrenheit is for like what people feel. Celsius is what water feels, and then Kelvin is like what space feels, or something like that. Like the meme, it's like, if you're not doing something that's science, why are you Kelvining? It's still a preference thing. Typing at a virtual keyboard is real slow. Uh-huh. I know that one. We can go in here and say, orders, remove the plan. Yeah, space feels okay. 0K. Fun random fact. In space, do you think they have to worry about being hot or cold? Like people in space. It's counterintuitive, but no, you don't have to worry about being cold in space. You gotta worry about being hot. Because there's nowhere for all the heat you generate to go. There's nothing to get rid of your heat. So you keep making heat, and it has nowhere to be displaced. So you deal with trying to cool off things in space, not heat them up. So like you look at like the space station and everything, they literally have on some of those, they'll put like radiators on the outside of it, and there's nowhere for that radiator to dump its heat out, but they'll basically draw heat out of the spaceship into like the heat sink, and they'll just jettison the heat sink. So it's just like, take all this heat, put it here. I don't want it anymore. Get rid of that. I don't want that heat. Get it out of here. It's an interesting thermodynamics problem. Put the heat over here, throw it away. It's like a theoretical sci-fi style starship would probably need massive radiators. Well, that's the thing. Radiators don't work in space. There's not, like, the whole idea behind radiators, you have the material, your heat sink. It collects all your heat in it. And then you need air or liquid or something to pass through it to draw that heat out. But there's no something to draw it out. So it just stays in the radiator. So the choices are, you either have some way of getting something that you can pull that heat into that you can get rid of to expel the heat, or just kill that. I believe heat still radiates out just significantly. Yeah, you can sit there and have things that do emit heat out as as a radiation, but without a medium for it to go into, it's going to go into some kind of medium. That said, space isn't truly empty. It's effectively empty when it comes to a lot of our considerations for stuff. So how to get rid of heat of? That just blew my mind. There's just a bunch of strategies. Some things, it's like, you take spacecraft into space, and by the time the heat becomes dangerous, you're already coming back. At which point, you enter the atmosphere, and the atmosphere does your thing. They also do a strategy like I talk about where they'll have like a heat sink or some radiator or whatever that they draw the heat into from the spacecraft, and I literally mean they just eject it. There's just this big metal grid on the outside of the ship, and they go, oh, it's getting too hot, push the button, and the heat, you have this hot metal radiator just spinning away in space. They do sometimes just have, it's a large metal surface, they just kind of spread that heat out, and it's there. They sometimes use human waste product as a means of collecting heat and then going, well, get that out. We don't want it. A lot of times they recycle human waste product for other purposes. Yep, we radiate heat in the infrared. Water? I mean, you could take water and absorb it. Do that. But yeah, it's like different people over time have had different strategies. Here you go, space. Yep. Usually a lot of that stuff they do have means of either recycling or storing for later disposal, whatever. There's a reason why there's all the conversations about the ridiculous amount of junk floating around in space that's become a danger for future space missions. Because there's satellites we put up there, you know, we jettison parts off of them for various reasons. Heat management is another thing that generates stuff. There's waste products that we do that. Even stuff like there was for the International Space Station, they had a tool bag get away from them very recently. So there's just this tool bag floating around in space. They're just, you just look, you can physically, it was a couple weeks ago, you could actually look through like binoculars or telescope up at the International Space Station and then see the tool bag trailing behind it. But you know, it was too far for them to go and bring it back, so it's just like, well, there's a bunch of tools. Gone forever until eventually they enter orbit and burn up. Cool, man. That's got to be one of the fun things about, well, fun and stressful things about working in space. So, like, you know, you work on a car, you, like, put your toolbox there, you know, maybe you set a wrench on the hood, you sit your next tool on the hood, like, while you're doing whatever you're doing. In space, you can't do that. You sit it there, and it bounces off, and it slowly drifts away, and if you don't notice in time, your wrench is gone. It's just gone. It just goes out into space. It's not coming back. Imagine a melted space hammer donkey you. Well, that's the thing. Even a space, like even something metal that size would be basically vapor before it got in. It wouldn't make ground fall. You'd have to have something pretty substantial. In Apollo 13 movie, there were concerns that ejecting human waste was pushing the capsule off course on the way back. So they just kept it all in bags and stuff. I don't know if that's really happened. They took a lot of liberties. I have no idea. It is interesting. So if you actually look at the Apollo 13 mission, so you remember when they're having the land, or it's like error code, and it's giving this error code, and they're like, what do we do? Do we cancel the mission? Like, they're trying to figure out, and they're scrambling and running around. All that error code really boiled down to is there was I don't remember what the sensors were. There was a sensor on the top of the lander and the bottom of the lander, and under certain circumstances, they would give readings that conflict, and that's what that error code was saying. Hey, these don't agree with each other, you know, be careful. But basically they're scrambling around, and then they got the software engineers like, yeah, that's literally what that's supposed to do. You're fine. You can land, you're okay. But that's what that error code was. It was just an error code saying, hey, don't trust this sensor. The sensor's giving you a bad reading, is what that error was doing. It's like, use your other sensor, don't use that one. And it's a normal thing that happens because of all the stuff that was involved. Alright. So, for right now, they also apparently already had contingency plans for that kind of stuff. There actually wasn't a mad scramble. Yeah, no, there was, from what I recall, like, there was a momentary, it's like, what is this? And then, you know, they basically got the person, they opened the giant ledger, like, flipped through the pages, and went, oh, okay. It's so weird to say back on Earth. Yeah, no, there wasn't a mad scramble like, oh god, what's happening? Is the mission going to survive? Like, anything like that. It was just like, huh, what is this? And you notice like that 15-20 minutes of while they looked it up, and they're like, oh, okay, we're good. It's just that 15-20 minutes happened while there was a communication drop from, you know, going around the moon. Because the moon was in the way. I was kind of waiting for that answer. Alright, so for right now, this will be the bedroom. So we're going to move everyone up here. Oh no. Mad squirrel. There's another one where it was a memory overflow from a variable left in long format, as recall. Oh, there's been all sorts of fun, like, software issues in space missions. Like, there's been no shortage of those. They had one that there was a problem with the conversion between metric and like, you know, metric and imperial. That just something was wholly off. I think that was the one of the Mars missions that it was a probe that the design of it was supposed to harpoon into the ground. And it's just they had the variables off, so it just hit too fast. Which is interesting. It's fun to see all the ideas they came up with for how to land stuff on Mars. They had ones where the whole thing just inflated balloons around the whole thing, and it just kind of rolled until it came to a stop, and then, you know, they deflated the balloons, oriented it correctly. I think they deflated the balloons in like where however it landed to get it to orient correctly, and then set it down. There's one where it's just like a javelin where it's just like stuck in the ground. They did parachutes, which sounds like you'd be like, well, duh, use parachutes. Except Mars, it's very difficult to use parachutes because the atmosphere is so thin that parachutes don't work well. Alright, so you get complex clothing right away. Start getting clothing working. That's how the Mars lander was supposed to operate at that time. Hence the airbags, and now retrojets. Yep. Oh yeah, they've also done retrojets. We watched a few videos on YouTube of guys talking about restoring the old Apollo-era computer equipment, and there was one where they interviewed one of the engineers, and they debugged with printing out ones and zeros, literally. Oh yeah, I mean, you think, like, that's the fun thing when you look back at the Apollo missions. We were using Newtonian physics at that problem, which Newtonian physics are fine for, like, very vague things for everyday life, but are actually really not accurate. They're, like, really, really oversimplifying to a point of being wholly not correct. So when you're talking about something that I'm aiming at something literally hundreds of thousands of miles away, being off by, like, 0.25% means you miss. And you didn't just a little miss, you just all the way missed. You're off by 20-30 degrees. You're not even close to your target. But we still managed to make it work. And they were like the old mainframe computers and all that. They invented core memory, which is literally memory stored in ferrite cores. Little rings. Yep. Yeah, it's amazing that they were at such, like, that was just the state of the technology at that point. They actually managed to accomplish, honestly, pretty much anything of meaning. But hey, Hubble telescope had a problem with one of its mirrors because someone forgot to convert a number from one system to another. That doesn't surprise me. That's one of the things that's actually fascinating if you get to play Kerbal Space Program, which I would recommend playing the first one, not the second one for the time being. But, like, you can get the idea behind a lot of these things, but it's not until you actually sit there and, you can, like, live change stuff where you go, oh no, I'm slightly off from making my landing on Moon. Let me try to adjust it. And it can be very counterintuitive how you catch something in space. Like, you speed up and it puts you on a farther out orbit. If you slow down, it brings you in on orbit. And it can be a whole thing. Primary mirror was misshaped, leading to a 0.4 wave RMS wavefront error at 260 or 632.8 nanometers. I think that's why everything in metric now, space stuff. Well, generally speaking, for space stuff, you use metric these days. Same with a lot of engineering. There's some engineering that they'll still use standard, but a lot of times, if you're interacting with anyone other than strictly US, you're going to be using metric for almost all your actual work kind of stuff. Alright, so we've got ourselves a break room here, so we can eat with table. That's all planted. They basically put glasses on the telescope to correct it. I'm pretty sure that civil engineers use only engineers that don't use metric. Yeah, so like one of the reasons they can get away with it is they're civil engineers here. So as long as they don't have to interact with someone outside for much, they can get away with it. Because that's what the thing is the big thing, honestly, more than anything else that prevented the US from converting from imperial to metric was driving. More than anything else was driving. Miles to kilometers. Because it had to replace all the street signs, and, you know, you have people who are older who had not been taught and all those kind of things. Whereas for the younger generation, like for Gen X, Millennials, and Gen Z, thank for the follow, welcome to stream, we were taught both metric and imperial. And at the time that Millennials were in school, we were told, you best learn this metric thing because this imperial thing is going away. You need it to get there, but it's going away. And that didn't happen because they got pushed back because people were like, nah, it's not American. Nonsense. Yeah, and that's the thing. They tried to put kilometers and miles of freeway signs way back, but everyone ignored the kilometers and gave up. Yeah, no, there was like a cultural pushback that is like, that's what them Europeans do. And it's so annoying. I hate that mentality so much. You always find it funny when students have trouble converting metric, because you just move the decimal point. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, like, so much of metric stuff. Like, I get people struggling with temperature. Like, I get that one. But, like, almost the R is like, yeah, you know what? If you want to change the units, it's 10. That's how it changes. It's 10. Not, well, that one's 16, that one's 12, that one's 12, this one's this, and you're like, that's what UK use the hybrid system. Like, they think they use miles and miles per hour. Yeah, but it's like, and it's whatever. So we need a faction name and a name for our colony. So we're transhumanist, and we're in a boreal forest that's on a river with a road going through it. You're reading the proceedings from conferences, and they decided that there was the 0 time zone Spain kindly requested that is the US and UK also switched to metric. Well, I mean, there was a big drive because it was like most of the world had switched to metric. And then there was just like a handful that you had like 2 or 3 who were in the imperial system, then you had 2 or 3 who had their own systems. And there was a big push to be like, let's get everyone on the same system. Like, it doesn't matter which system, let's get everyone on the same system, because that'll make everything easier. Because then when you go to buy things, you don't go, well, which units are you using? And yeah. Like, in the US, it was looking like it was going to happen, it's just, they had a few pain points with, like, the roadways, which, honestly, if they just would have stuck to it, would have fixed itself, because, you know, the younger generation was being taught both systems and told you're going to use both systems. It may have taken 60 years, but eventually you would have aged out of people who didn't know it. But there was a cultural pushback. I don't know what to name these things. Naming things is hard. So we're transhumanist. Swamp peoples? I mean, Boreal is marshy. Oh yeah, no, naming stuff is hard. Let's see, you work for the government, it's always super slow, so maybe another 100 years you'll see a change. Well, at this point, will there be boom rats? No, unfortunately this tile does not support boom rats, it's too cold, so we won't naturally have boom rats show up. Cyber Swamp? Trying to work with Techno-Humanist? Bite me up. The Marshlandians? I like the idea of trying to incorporate the Cyber Swamp, like... Quantum Quarters. Sure. I mean, the funny thing is I was actually going to go, I think Cookie should have to name it, because Cookie also thinks we should give them. mean, quantum quarters could also be this. Which, of course, it'll be incorporated. Here. Cookie Land. Sentient Cookie does want to name the colony. It's only fair. So it'll be Cookie Land, and it'll be the Quantum Quarters Incorporated. Boom. Done. Swap Synthetics Society came just like seconds afterwards. Still, I think it's fine. The name isn't that important. It's not a bad name or anything. That's not what I'm implying as well. So we're gonna put like stuff in here. Honestly, if I had a supply of steel that was pretty good, I would make these vents instead. Really? Cassandra, it's literally my first harvest. We haven't even gotten our food yet and you're blighting me. I want to get my very first helping of food. And Cassandra's already like, no. Oh, wait, don't do that. Don't sew. Keep cutting. Your name is silly and fun, and something a child would come up with. Sadly, I don't have that many people who can actually handle cutting plants at a meaningful capacity. So they're doing their best. I'm gonna let you finish, because if I don't, you'll start over. Let's see, from what I understand, it was the business that pushed back eventually killed the switch to metric. They said it was too expensive to retool and re-educate. Gotcha. Yeah, I know there was a cultural pushback for a while. That we had the whole, like, you know, that's what they do over there kind of thing. Like how so many things we have different names over here, just because that's... Hey, Dr. Psychotic, thank you so much for the raid. Retooling a country could be a massive loss. But yeah, what were we playing and how was your stream and all that good stuff? You have named the colony, congratulations. You will receive a blight as a reward. Pretty much. Just don't sew on these. Don't sew until the blight is solved. Because you got one person who can handle cutting these plants at a meaningful speed. We can't have you running around dealing with that. Alright, so as soon as I get this one over here in the corner... Okay, so it shouldn't be able to spread anymore. Alright, so we can go back to sew. And sew. Alright. Yeah, no, it's retooling an entire country can be expensive, but that's kind of one of those things that if you plan it for the long game, you don't just go, okay, 10 years we're switching. You sit there and go, okay, the plan is to switch. You start educating people as just part of school, because you have to do that anyways, because the entire rest of the world uses that system. Like it or not, you're teaching it if you want to continue to participate in the global economy. That's just reality. And so that's one thing. And what you do is you keep the education system side of it moving forward. And then as new machines come out, you do it where it's got both information as best you can. And then eventually when you have most of your people already now know metric because you've gone to that school system. So it'll take 40, 50, 60 years. Because again, you're waiting till basically people who only know the Imperial system age out, they're retiring, or the other way you stop working from age, and then kind of get that all switched over. We had the feeling the switch to metrics being used against us. I remember adults talking about an attack on the manufacturing base. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said, it became a cultural thing, like a popular thing to push back against. I remember that being when it kind of... Because I was definitely in the wave where we were learning both of them, and we were just told, you're going to need to know this. This is what we're moving to. And it was around by the time I got to about high school that dialogue kind of went away, and there was like very open pushback. you know, very, very kind of public pushback about, you know, why are we wasting all our money on this switchover and all that? And it's like, because we have to do it anyways. You know, if you work in manufacturing automotive, congratulations. Do you want to sell in Europe? Guess what? You got to have metric. Because that's what they use there. It's been years in Europe, so it's second nature. Yep. You've never taught both. I was only taught Imperial. Interesting. Yeah, no, I was taught both. And like it wasn't until around like 2000-ish that the push saying this is coming, you know, best be ready, kind of stopped. Which that was both in Michigan's education system and in Florida's education system. I was taught both. Flexibles where it's at, base 60 or nothing. Man, it was just a thing that they were moving with the intent of switching, and it just never, like, it got, like, the only thing that annoys me so much about it is it felt like we had put the time investment in for like 20, 30 years, however long it was, and got, you know, we had already gotten over halfway there, and then we went, nah, never mind. You're like, but you're right there. It felt like the situation where you have the person who goes to college, they put in like 3 of their 4 years, and they go, never mind. And you're like, but you've already gone this far. If you can afford it, why would you not cross the finish line? Like, I get if you can't afford it, or if like this great business opportunity happens, or whatever. But you're like, just you're right there. Yeah, that's interesting. Because like I said, in both places I had lived, which were entirely like polar opposite in like the political spectrum. And we were taught in both locations, so don't know. Nah, waster, I don't want that. Yeah, so you got a cut on you. We have 2 doctors take care of it. In elementary school, you're taught both, but then in high school and college, the only time the sort of measurements we used were in STEP classes. It's all metric there. Yeah, no, generally your science classes, you always got metric. Like, in my experience, it was all metric in science classes. At least now it's finally hitting critical mass on most things. Yeah. Like, I don't think we'll see street signs or anything change here in the US anytime soon. Because I feel like even if people were entirely trained and educated to do it, there is pushback about us being like other countries here, which I find infuriating and frustrating. Because, like, pushback for pushback's sake. Now, if they're gonna, like, people who want to argue, it's like, well, here's the pros and cons, like, that's fine. Like, I'm down to have that conversation, but just like, that's what they do over there. Okay. And it's working for them. Yeah, let's see. In differential equations class last semester, our professor gave us the units in feet and pounds a couple times. You have to convert pounds into force, which is really annoying to remember. Man, I don't remember. Yeah, we were messing with, I have the title updated, right? We updated the title. Title says Transhumanist Run. Just in case it doesn't, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure it is. We did do one with the boom rats, and just starvation became a real problem. You have to convert it to get mass. Yeah. Well, that's one of the other problems you run into with a lot of the formulas out there, is you end up having to convert. You have to convert stuff over to metric, so why not just start with metric in the first place? Thing largely dependent on the state, as everything in the U.S. some states are willing and others weren't. Different states doing different things. Yeah, it would make sense for Florida. You know, honestly, it makes sense for the states because I mentioned Florida and Michigan were the ones I was educated in. So Florida actually did have. It's not as big now, but it has had a very large manufacturing sector in the past. So they would be more likely to have been involved with metrics since they were going to be trading with people across the seas. And then Michigan very famously was the automotive center for the United States, again, trading overseas. I imagine places like California, New York, Oregon, Washington, they all do lots of trade outside. California also does major trade outside for food. Using DLC and hot potato? Oh no, the hot potato's over. Yeah, sorry, the hot potato ended. There was no DLC or anything in the hot potato. If you're looking for the hot potato, there's no more hot potato. We raised a bit over $100,000, like $100,050 something dollars, for Doctors Without Borders, and we got up to, I think it was right around 2,000 boom rats were raised throughout the lifespan of the colony, which is absurd and amazing and absurd and terrifying and also absurd. Alright, so that does suck a lot. If you didn't see what happened, we were about to get our first harvest of rice, and right as it was like just before I could harvest it for actual food, it got blighted on a real forest. Thanks, Cassandra. Meanwhile, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here and say zone dumping stockpile, just put it out there. Clear, critical, corpses, human-like, so that they decay faster. Oh, we'll go here, zone. If the water catches on fire, don't put it out. But yeah, no, the hot potato was fun. We did our 4 hours. That was on the 24th. Had a good time. We managed to rescue a colonist who had been kidnapped during someone else's previous slot. And we had managed to resurrect a colonist as well, without taking any casualties of our own, outside of, I think, no, I don't think we lost a boom rat. We traded away a couple of boom rat. Like, we kept most of them, we traded away a handful of them, because I had things I needed. I think it was, like, medicine. So we traded, like, 7 out of, like, 20-something of them to get the last of the medicine we needed for what we were trying to do for the challenge. And get that steel. I didn't even look to see if we have an ancient danger. I don't think we do, but I didn't look carefully. Nah, it's looking like we got no ancient danger. Not unless it happens to be in the middle here or something, but that's usually not what happens. Usually just have to look for like walls like that, but in an enclosed space, like a large one. One slug is a mass equal to 32.1740 pounds. Gotcha. But yeah, no, it's just interesting. I definitely am someone who believes there should be like some minimum bar education things that are like, this is just something you have to teach, and like metric system would be one, like both imperial and metric would be one of those, just because realistically you're putting your people off into a very terrible start for most jobs if they don't know both systems. Because for example, if they go, I want to be a biologist, congratulations, if you don't know metric, you don't have a hope. You got to learn that. Chemist, same deal. Engineer, these days, same deal. Even doing like carpentry, construction, same deal. But yeah, now if you're going for archaeology, I imagine that'd be a thing. But it's it is the thing that like it annoys me that there's the balance between like the rights of being able to say what, you know, your kids do and don't get taught, and then also dealing with right, but it's almost you're almost forcing your kid into a bad situation by deliberately avoiding teaching like skills that are potentially necessary for their careers. Like just broad careers, not individual careers. The cougar will eventually smash down the door. When the cougar gets hungry enough, it'll break down the door. You love the weird old British... Oh, no. The stones. Weighing stuff by stones. That upsets me so much. I know there was a standard to it and everything, but just how many stone is that? It bothers me in a way it shouldn't. Because it's not like the Imperial units any better when it comes to that. Yeah, right, but how big is a stone? See, Nebraska is largely rural. Most of the economy is either agricultural tied to agriculture. Nebraska tends to be very slow to change unless the change is pushed by agriculture. Yeah. Well, I want to say Nebraska mostly just supports inside the U.S. It doesn't do a whole lot of export. Because like most of the stuff doing like wheat and barley and that kind of, like soy, like that kind of stuff in the middle of the country, corn, that's almost mostly consumed domestically. Whereas in California they have the desert between the two mountains, which is where like 90-something% of the U.S.'s food comes from. They do a whole range of things like tomatoes and peppers and, you know, almonds and pecans and just all sorts of greens, like almost everything, oranges, almost everything comes from over there. And so they do a lot of exporting to like Mexico and Canada or whatever and all that. So they do end up doing both imperial and metric because they're going to be dealing with people outside. Yeah, the Central Valley does. Oh yeah, it's like 80-90% of all food consumed in the U.S. that's like agricultural stuff comes out of the Central Valley, California. Like so very much of that. Yeah, it's just one giant farm. Yep, and the majority of corn goes to cattle. This is true. It's a big farm about the size of Britain. I haven't done the comparison, but I would believe you. California is a ridiculously large state. Alright, let's go ahead, and so we already have a bunch of stuff growing there, but let's just expand that farm. Let's just assume this winter is going to be a rough one. And so we're just going to keep expanding the farm to try and get more and more crops out of it. I think it can take about 15 hours to drive to Oregon. Oh, yeah. Well, it's, like, you can just look at the map, and if you look at, like, the west coast, and there's, like, from the bottom of the U.S. to the top is 3 states long. And about half of it is California. And then you go to the East Coast, you think about how long it takes to drive from like Florida to New York, and you go through something like 12 different states to get up that route. And none of those states take you under an hour to get through. Unless you cut through DC if you count that, but that isn't really considered a state within itself. Or if you somehow took a route through Rhode Island, because Rhode Island's a speck. That was so Tomb is from Central Valley, California. And we were laughing. They announced in American Truck Simulator they're going to be like re-upping the map, like refreshing the California part of the map because it's one of the oldest parts of American Truck Simulator. It's one of the very first parts of the game. And they're adding Modesto, which is in the Central Valley and not very far from where she grew up. And so I was asking her, it's like, hey, like, what would you think if they actually put your hometown in here? And there's no reason they should put my hometown in this game. It's like, it is not big enough to warrant being in this game. Yeah, no, from my experience riding around and driving in California, The Central Valley itself is okay, and on the coasts is okay. The going from the coast to the Central Valley or back sucks. Those roads that go over the mountains suck. The only other place I've seen compared to that is there's the main road that goes from West Virginia into Washington D.C. and back out from the airport to Washington D.C. That road is worse, which is saying something. And then there's I can't remember the name of the highway. It's the one that goes by Seattle, the north-south one by Seattle, right there. That one's also horrendously awful. And that's because they've made the road about as big as they can with those mountain ranges, and it can't handle the amount of people going through there. You turn west over those mountains as the sun setting. It felt you just can't see. It's just a glare the whole way. The glare thing we get here in Florida as well, where it's just you're driving on like State Road 50 across the state, and it's nothing but staring directly into the sun the entire time. You're like, great, I can see like 3 feet in front of me and maybe a silhouette of a car if I'm lucky. That used to happen to me driving to work out at the Space Center. I would drive as the sun rises, and it's just staring into the sun for like half hour, 45-minute drive. There isn't a pair of sunglasses that make that situation not awful. Yeah, and that'd be way worse than what I was dealing with. The only time the drive out the Space Center got bad was Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Peace, love, and guacamole. What were we streaming tonight, and how was your stream? And for those people who did pop over with that raid, what was the best part of that stream? Let's see, you lived in I-4 is awful, but up in, like, so you were playing some, it says Terraria, Wizard with a Gun, and Dark Souls 3 were stuff being played recently, so if that's your jam, you can absolutely enjoy that. Yeah, okay, so you're talking about Randy, so definitely some RimWorld. Gotcha. But welcome in, Raiders. Randy do like to light things on fire. Washington State, end of the freeway. Yeah. Tried out RimWorld tonight? Nice. So there's a cougar hunting Smiffles. Alright. This cougar's been really annoying me. We tried to deal with it before, and it didn't quite get the message that we're not taking too kindly of it. Could you actually hit this thing? This foggy rain forever is also being a pain. Oh my god, please don't actually suffer like some really bad injuries. Okay, how badly do people get hurt? So you are on death's door right now. So let's deal with this immediately. So who is our best doctor? Listed on Z. Don't even worry about the message, just start tending. We will deal with that later. Alright. Part of me was expected to kill you. Yeah, when it's like, you know, got like 8 or 9 hits, I'm like, my god, please kill the stupid thing. So the downside is, by bandaging laying down in the mud, we're begging for an infection. But an infection is tomorrow's problem if we just bleed out today. Enjoying the chaos, had a good run for a while, until everything went on fire and a rabbit started murdering. That is RimWorld. Gotta watch out for that eat without table. It'll get you. Alright, get them out of the mud. I like how the other pawn just came and take the items back. You're not done. Until everyone has stopped bleeding, the doctor's business is not done here. But yeah, so we're just starting a run. We were participating in the RimWorld Hot Potato this last week, so we kind of had put a pause on all of our RimWorld stuff. I do tend to do a lot of like challenge-style runs. This one's more just kind of a straightforward run. We're doing a Transhumanist run, so we're going to be doing all sorts of cybernetic limbs and all that stuff, assuming we don't commit die. But we've been getting that going on. We are in a boreal forest with a river going through it, just because. So if we look at the buildable tiles, it sucks all this blue I can't build on. So, yay. Always gotta deal with that. Should have gotten Spencer to tank. Hate when half the colony is bleeding to death and the doctor decided to stop and take a nap. The doctor's like, job's done. Yup. RimWorld AI will get you sometimes. It's why I really like having a doctor that's a night owl and a doctor that's not. So I have like 2 shifts of doctors. Because at least hopefully you can keep things going. I feel like Cassandra's just trying to kill us with starvation by blighting my plants and doing thing. When do you start playing this? What's your favorite thing about the game? So I have actually played RimWorld for a couple thousand hours now. I used to do like 500% naked brutality nonsense, that kind of type thing. These days I don't do that. These days I tend to do a lot more in like the environmental challenge kind of things. Just because you start to feel like you get forced into building the same style of base again and again and again when you're playing at like the absolute sweatiest the game gets. And honestly, they've been really hard, some of the challenges I've done. But that is one of the things I like about RimWorld. No matter what you do, no 2 runs are the same. Just with the way events happen RNG. You can change your settings and have an entirely different experience on how the game plays just by changing some settings. Like if you, like even just going, I'm going to do this one on a desert tile, I'm going to do that one in boreal forest, I'm going to do this one a tropical rainforest. The entire way you play the game is wholly different. I'm going to do a tile that's full of mountains and one that's not. You'll have an entirely different experience in how you play it. So I could be doing, there's that infection. I told you having her bandaged in the mud was going to be begging for infection. But it is what it is. It's just what we had to do. You're on your first royalty run, got the game in July. Biotech a couple of months ago. And after that, the Ideology royalty 2 months ago. Yeah. You can get rated by 1 squirrel or 20 mechs. Yep. And especially if you're playing with Randy, Randy does what Randy does. She might be losing that foot. Alright. So we need to keep her fed. We don't have any medicine laying around. We might be able to find some medicine to yank. I didn't want you to do that, Alanorama. I mean, you're already on it, so you might as well finish. We didn't get anyone the title yet, so this actually works out for us. So who's our highest social? Spencer. Congratulations, Spencer. We don't have a ritual spot. We can fix that real fast. Because what I can do to help out my situation is I can have Spencer here get assigned the role of moral guide. We're not going to bother having Alana or Sentient Cookie go. Because they're all bleeding and infected and having a bad time. But we're going to make Spencer our moral guide, and then we're going to have Spencer convince Alanorama to heal faster. One of your favorite runs was the one you played peacefully for a really long time. Then I cranked it up to losing its fun to see how long I could survive with my pawns having almost no combat experience. Yeah, that'll get you. Your first Randy run last night hit me with 4 raids at once. Well, 2 raids and a pollution retaliation. Yep. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and talk to her about healing faster. Cool. Because that'll probably be enough to help us stay ahead of that infection. We need to get some better bandaging on that. Yeah, no, I've, And one thing to note is RimWorld is a game that can be completely unfair to you. I've had runs where everything was perfectly fine. I had a giant stockpile of food.
Wow, wow, wow. Babby want Neuro Supercharge. Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. We are actually doing a run where Babby will want Neuro Supercharge. It's coming. Just wait. Baby will want Neuro Supercharge. But yeah, so it was, let's see, I recognize Alana Rama. I think I know you both from, Jad Zerk streams? Jad Zerks. I actually don't, I may have rated them before. It doesn't ring a bell to me, but there's a lot of creators. I do know Alana Rama. Right, so I need to do this, so I'm going to do this. It's fine. We'll accept the quest. Spencer will be the one. You know what? Never mind. Forget the Empire. Get out of here. I'm not dealing with the Empire this run. Okay, and work. We don't have any good doctors here, so we're just making do. But we do have a tiny bit of medicine now. But thanks to our preach, heal, word, whatever, Alana Rama's in better shape, so hopefully will not die to an infection. Give me a good 10 there. 23% is not a good 10. It's probably a passable 10, but definitely not a good 10. We all stock each other's streams for science, of course. Yeah. Jads hasn't been streaming for a while, but a year ago maybe. Ah, gotcha. That might be why it's like a sinner going, okay. It doesn't sound like there's a name I haven't heard, but it's definitely not clicking. Yeah, so it's probably one of the people this past year. Like this past year was very difficult for a lot of creators, so a lot of creators have either massively toned back the amount they're streaming or have just stopped altogether. It's just one of those things that as people get more concerned about their finances, entertainment is usually one of the first places that gets hit for cost savings. Which makes sense, it's usually your discretionary currency kind of situation. Let's make a door over here. And I'm probably going to make this into even more of a spot. We're going to use this geothermal as a source of heat for right now. I don't want that to be my heating strategy long term. Eventually we will tear the roof off and just open that up again. But if we get to winter and I'm running out of wood or whatever, I can just pop the doors open and that should keep us warm. Right now I'm just dumping all the heat out there. But what I'm thinking is we'll go here and shrink this. And basically make the stockpile bigger. So that makes sense. There are several streamers I'd love to sub, but just can't afford to spend money like that. Yeah, it's just a thing that happens. Memorization is not something the brain does well with. Yep. Well, and it can even be one of those things that you can have very similar circles with another content creator, but because your time doesn't really allow for like what times you consume content versus produce content, doesn't really allow you to raid or interact with each other much. You just, like, you could run in the same circles and just never bump into each other, really. Like, I've had that with I have a number of content creators I get along with swimmingly that I've talked to a bunch just because we're in the same circles that I almost never could catch online because of just the times they stream and all that. Because it's honestly, like, one of the things that, when it comes to people watching your channels, is one of the big ones that causes people to not see your stuff is schedules. It's just a thing. Work schedule changes and suddenly people can't make it. Medical emergency on Alana Rama, you should be okay. Yeah, you're fine. You're like 20% ahead of your infection. So you're good. That preach health came into handy. You probably would have been like right on the fence, maybe not make it without it. Versus doing the preach health just to make sure you make it. And that's an ideology thing. If you're wondering, it's like, why haven't I ever found this? Alright, so getting that room built up. We're gonna go in here. Well, actually, we'll just wait till you get that all sealed off, and then we'll pop that wall down so it stays inside. Go ahead and grab your equal again. Yeah, it's like, you really can't watch any streams during the day these days, so you catch a little bit but not whole streams? Yeah, it happens. Light also helps? Yes. We definitely don't have our hospital set up right. But I mean, we're way at the beginning of the game, just trying to get the basics set up. I'm just trying to overcommit to our...
Thank you, Chirp the Bird, for gifting a sub to Voodoo Lilium.
Thanks, Chirp the Bird, for gifting a 3-month Tier 1 sub to Voodoo Lilium. Voodoo Lilium, I really do appreciate... Sorry. Chirp the Bird, I really appreciate you gifting 3 whole months. I really do appreciate that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. So, Voodoo Lilium, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you like it or not, for the next 3 months, which is very generous of you, Chirp the Bird. So, thank you again for that support. It does mean a lot. Alright, what's Sentient Cookie doing over here? Oh, well, if you're idle, why don't you plant even more potatoes? Have you ever considered that? Even more potatoes? Because I'm going to want to get more food than there. Boil and mash and put in a stew. Yep. That's going to be a real difficult thing. It's like, I can't really build on that well. I can't build on this well. I can't build on that. Can't build up here. So it's going to be real difficult to do much in this base with the space. Like, I'll be able to build docks or whatever on here to put stuff on, but that's not great. I do think this is going to be my kill box down here. Because what I could do with that is force them to wade through the water where I don't have to, like, do any maintenance to keep this area from, like, any maintenance down here to keep this under control at all. But that's going to be expensive in the wood cost. And it will have to be wood for at least the midterm. How long is that? Because we want it to be around 20 tiles. Because that's about the range. Ooh, actually, that's a bit on the long side. Because most of the weapons we're looking at are going to be around 20 or so tiles, like 26 tiles. Like, we look at the bows, for example. They're a range of 23 tiles. So, like, that's 38 or so. Because I'd want to have the bottleneck here. And then it would slowly open up into a cone. We'd have it ranged over here. And our range would shoot from over there. They would obviously shoot back, but if I'm building on this, I can only build wood. Because I can build docks. I can't put stone on top of that till we get moisture pump. But we'll get there when we get there. Alright, they're right about to finish that. They can pop this, they can tear down this wall when that happens. So these pawns are pretty high-tech people, implants, etc. What if you give them a wooden peg leg? So they actually like that too. They're not high-tech yet, they're tribal. It's more they have the aspiration of being high-tech. That ultimately they are going to want us to, you know, give them bionic parts, you know, augment them, give them things that make it so they sleep faster and that they can regenerate, you know, scars and all that, and de-age and all sorts of fancy things. It ends up being extremely expensive from a power standpoint, and also very, very expensive from a components standpoint in the long run. We're going to be taking about every component we can get our grubby little hands on. Why are you saying Night Owl? I don't like working during the daytime. You're not. You're sleeping. You're recovering from really bad injuries. And the awful barracks. We're definitely going to need moisture pumps. That'll be a given. It's just having a moisture pump we can move around to slowly get rid of all this up here. Maybe move it along here to just give me a nice clean area to put my kill box on. Like, the wood walls wouldn't be that big a deal, and if we have to, we can fix that. I wonder with the moisture pump, if you did moisture pump directly across the river, what happens? Because in theory, if you did that, you would effectively have dammed the river and the flow would stop. But I've never tried that in RimWorld because it's pretty rare I end up playing a river tile in the first place. Alright, let's just say this is the center point. Yeah, that'll be fine. We're gonna start trying to build up all that. You've done bridges over rivers, but never with moisture pumps? Yeah, that's the thing that makes me curious, because a bridge, you get the idea, is you're just building a wood surface over top of the water, versus a moisture pump, you're literally pulling the water up. So that's like, it's mud down there or whatever. Gonna put that diagonal there. It's fine, we'll go around this way. Versus wasting the time on bridges. Is that one tile of water? Come on. Okay, so put this door for the road. This door for the road. That door for the top. That door for the bottom. And our door down here. So I'm just trying to make it enclosed space for the time being. Alright. Okay, that'll do for right now. Like, we'll want to definitely expand it later. That'll do for right now. We're gonna need to go here. Because what I'm gonna need to do is make this cross the water to try and force people to go over the river. So that's what I'm trying to do, is make it so I can kind of control the movement of the enemy to go through this way. I'm trying to remember if I need a door. No, let's not put the door there. Yeah, I'm trying to remember with this if I'm gonna need to make one of these into a door so that the enemy doesn't see as a barricade they have to cross. I think we're fine. No, this is okay. I just need something that they'll naturally want to attack here. So it'll be good if we get an animal that I can zone, like a squirrel or a rabbit or a rat or something. Because if I get an animal I can just zone here and just keep it running around, the enemy will be like, "God, I can get that rabbit," and it'll come around here. And it makes it predictable so far as where they go. Man, you're still laying down. That cougar messed you up pretty bad. I hope you don't get, like, too many scars or whatever. Oh, take that apart. Yeah, so enclose this for now. And do what we can to get things set up and whatnot. Unfortunately, our researcher is not very good. But we're doing what we can. Spencer's trying their best. Oh, and I take that back. Our researcher's fine. Who was the one who wasn't? Oh wait, we had one person. It was our construction person. So you put a chair, and they will attack that. This is fair. I mean, honestly, they'll attack the hoop ring as well. And if I keep these doors open, they'll go after the tables and whatever. So they're probably fine. Storyteller, or whatever you say, how about we keep sending only drop pod rages and sieges across that river years? Oh no, that's absolutely gonna happen. We're gonna get siege rages. They'll just smash to the side and make the kill box irrelevant. Like, the big thing that's gonna hurt us right now is just, like, if I really wanted to expand and make it meaningful, I'd probably cut across here, and then cut down there, and then wall off this way, which means I have a giant pool of marsh in the middle of my colony, but I'd build a bunch over here. And then we just moisture pump this up over time. Very painfully slowly. That's fine. I was like, that should have been something else, but it's fine. You change this to dandelions, because they offer no cover and they'll prevent trees from growing in that spot. So So we can ensure the enemy gets no cover. And they don't harvest them either, so once they're planted for a season, until winter kills them, they'll just stay. Oh, you're still set to 1. Here. Okay. I forgot it was still set to 1 because of the blight we had. Our very first round with the rice, before I even got my first harvest, they blighted it right before I could harvest even partial. It was like, thanks, Cassie. I see how this run's gonna be. It's gonna be one of these. Alright, the potatoes should be up soon, and we're getting the rice slowly. Alright, and you're almost healed finally. You're doing alright in your plants. Alright, yeah, so we're doing okay in a lot of these. We're not getting much hunting done. I've got Spencer here who's able to hunt. Most of the others I've just made it super low priority that they're just not really hunting at all, which maybe is a mistake. I think it's okay for right now. I'd rather get other things done. Because we're gonna need to get these plants up soon. I'm really hoping we get these potatoes up before the cold comes in. Because it's going to be pretty early in the fall that we're going to start losing a bunch of plants to freezing. Boreal forests be cold like that. Isn't Coral Island much of a troll? Gotcha. Yeah, no, we're probably having a little bit of a pause on Coral Island. We did finish the entire story on Coral Island the other day. Is our constructor getting any better? Little by little. But yeah, no, we finished Coral Island. We got the main story done and all that. We also finished the offering, like the little temple offering thing. So it was down to the point of like achievement grinding and that kind of stuff, and I figured people probably weren't going to be that interested in watching that. So it seemed like a good place to, you know, take it, bundle up, set aside. We also had gotten married and everything in the game. So other than just flat out 100% in the game, there wasn't a whole lot left to do for the time being. On my own time, I'll probably mess with most of that stuff, but that'll be on my own time. What's the best current way to keep the produce cool or last longer? Oh, in this game, it should build a freezer. You put up, usually it's like 2 air conditioners, double thick walls. Oh, with my research at the moment, you don't worry about cooling it. Like during the winter, I could take this room and put a vent on the wall and open the vent so it's below freezing, but that's about the best I can do for the time being. Man, you were just botching the construction so much. Oh, right, because you're doing this as a secondary consideration. No, actually, you're supposed to be my main construction person. But that was the thing we knew we didn't have, is a decent construction person, so they're just going to do their best until they actually get good at it. But yeah, no, early game about the only thing you can do to preserve food is to make pemmican. If it were a desert, would you use passive coolers to help store food, or does it not make a difference? No, for RimWorld, it's frozen, which means it doesn't go bad. It's refrigerated, which means it goes bad slower, or it's nothing, which means no change. They don't have an idea of it's too hot. It's just, it's not refrigerated or whatever. Alright, so we've got that. Let's go for stone cutting. Stone cutting next. Production. The tailoring bench, furniture. Yeah, so they don't have like a lot of things. But I think that's okay, like personally. There's a lot of things that people ask for in the game. Like for another thing, if you have food sitting outside, I can't remember. I don't think it gets... No, it does get qualified as refrigeration in this one. This Product Zomboid's the one where food outside doesn't have any benefit to it. Alright, so get rid of those. Get rid of the goat juice. We don't want it. I do want the components, but we don't have money for the components yet. I'll buy the one component. Of course, she'll never do hauling. No one ever wants to do hauling. Alright. Because we're going to try and keep components being stashed. Because especially we have a map that doesn't have a lot of mountains on it, or a lot of hills. Which does mean we're going to have very little opportunity for a lot of that stuff. We're definitely going to need to expand the space we're in, because it's actually fairly claustrophobic. So there's not that. You never use go juice or anything because you're too lazy to micromanage it. Stuff like go juice can be exceedingly powerful, but you have to worry about stuff like addiction and everything else causing headaches. And in some of them, they can be very powerful, but also potentially your person can overdose and all sorts of stuff like that as well. No problem, Mr. Glock. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. You sleep well. Yeah, so we're gonna wait for them to build the perimeter. They gave me a cloth blindfold and an elephant leather kid's shirt. Alright. I think I already used the cloth blindfold. Like, ultimately what I'll probably do is, like, this line I've got here, as we can moisture pump it, I'll slowly make it more like a circle. That way, if we let the enemies in from, like, this point, they'll go into the middle of the circle, and you get the idea. They'll come into range about the same time for everyone, so they'll get peppered from all angles. Oh, something actually got hunted. Oh, wait, was that what Alana was doing? No. Who was the one who was actually hunting on their spare time? I keep looking at Spencer, but they're researching. It's fine. That might be the issue, is we don't have anyone hunting at any time. But that's okay. When we get to the point where we stop having plants growing much, then we can just have the people who are currently farming just worry about hunting. Now granted, it's going to get cold enough that we're probably going to be dealing with some hypothermia concerns. So potatoes are getting pretty close to grown. Getting a little bit more wood pulled aside. And that'll be the last tile before at least this part is enclosed. Cool. All right, bills. And I still forgot whatever the mod was. I was remembering what I had here. I've forgotten it. Okay, so we will face mask 80%. Pants 80%. Button down shirt 80%. Cape 80%. Parka 80%. We'll want to have hats. Do a bowler hat just because. 80%. We're not gonna worry about kids' clothing for the time being because there's no children here, but we'll deal with that later. And I think that'll do for the time being. Yeah, I think we got everything. All right. Sorry I missed the beginning. Which mods are you using? If you do exclamation, oh yeah, never mind. ENX already got it. There you go. There's one or two mods I'm missing out of here, but I cannot remember which one. It's probably Dub's Mint menus is what I'm guessing I'm missing. Because there's one of them that I know I could do here where you could say like save all of this, like save this, so that when I build an art table later I can say, yeah, just put the instructions I told you to put in there before. Alright. So we've expanded our storage. Also, the door should not be one of it. Cool. I took a screenshot. Gotcha. So you should have plenty of space now. So you're gonna make a bridge. And start getting that happening. Because, like, the idea here is to just, you know... Yeah, it's Dub Mint menus. Yeah, and I'll just probably, like, after this colony dies, or, like, between streams or whatever, I'll go and get those added to get that happening. But yeah, so we're just trying to get this area filled in. Like I said, normally you want to kind of make this into a cone. For the time being, I'll probably just pop a little door there. If it's enabled, hold and control-click on the research button. If it's normal, nothing that's not enabled. Yeah, no, I'm sure it's not enabled at the moment. I had all of it enabled before we did the RimWorld Hot Potato, but the RimWorld Hot Potato was no mods, no DLC, so I turned everything off, and I just probably overlooked it when I was turning everything back on. That'll do for right now. Actually, let's not even worry about that side. I want to build a lot more to that later. But this should make it very easy to pop in here and do that. You can save mod lists in RimWorld's menu to load your favorite setup easily. Yeah, and the thing is, normally I do almost like no mods, and I almost never change my mods, so it's just not a thing I've had to worry about before. But yeah, with the hot potato was as well as things. Like, if I had thought of it, I could have backed everything up beforehand and not had to deal with it, but I didn't think of it beforehand. Yeah, once we get this closed off, I'm gonna try and grow an expansion out over here. Just to give myself some space to grow. Like, we'll have this inside here, which won't be super useful yet. But we'll slowly fix stuff with moisture pumps once we get up to that tech. It'll be a while, though. You're gonna have to get that labels on floor. Been wondering on that one for a bit, too. Oh, yeah. The labels on floor is a nice touch. Like, it'll get confused when you have, like, your dining room, your rec room, and your temple all as the same room. But, yeah. It's just a nice thing. It's almost like, this makes it feel a lot more like Prison Architect, where you set the room, it's like, that's what that room is, you can very easily see. So we're going to try and build it, because the point is I want to come through the middle here and start crossing the water. Once they get out in the water, we should be good. I am just suddenly realizing we got another spot. We got to go down here. We got to go down here and say, excuse me, this spot. You two should be dandelions. That way the trees don't grow in. They don't just stop here because they get cover. And bones because I do that super barracks rec dining. Yeah, no, it'll say like rec room. Alright, Alright, Bonder. You have yourself a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. You sleep well. You're doing okay on food so far. These are going to grow soon. It'll be good there. We're burning through a lot of wood. The good news is there's a lot of wood on this map. So that's pretty okay. Just the amount of times that gets botched is really upsetting. Eventually they'll get there. Not anytime soon, but eventually. Yeah, the big issue with what we have right now is if we have an animal that goes to attack that can't get over these, it's going to go up here and just smash that and then run up. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, it just means I have to replace that. Ideally, I'd want it so my guns could reach that. It's just, that's too far of a distance for the time being. We'll have to narrow the river to make that work. Because, I mean, I could make the box literally across the water. But I'm not sure it'd support all these other things. That may not be a terrible idea. We haven't built it too far yet. Probably have it open up here. I have to make that decision. It's like, that's about the range of a bow. So I could cut across here, and then make this spot. Let's do... Let's do that for now. It's going to be a long time till we have moisture pumps, so cut across there. That's about the range I was talking about. So go orders, sorry, structure, bridge. Cut across there. It'll start with that. Because then I'll have the opening there. We can start working on from there. Like, ultimately, I'm going to want to make it a cone. But right now at the river, I don't want to real deal with that. It also could be interesting because this will leave us enough room that what I could potentially do is I make the killbacks into the cone, and we can put water wheels like here and here in enclosed rooms along the sides. Like I'd have to moisture pump up a little bit of that to build it on. I mean, right now I could put like one here maybe. I don't remember how big they are, but those would be options. Oh, that also means get that out here. Don't worry about Cookie. All right. There we go. Starting to get our potatoes. We're researching stone cutting, and then we'll do complex furniture, and then we'll go for electricity. And geothermal-wise, what do we have for geothermal vents? We got the one in the middle of our base. There's one up there. Yeah, so those two are too close to the edge to really be particularly useful. That one's too close to the edge to be super useful. Yeah, but that one's usable. Not great position. But I do have the one in the very center of the base. Obviously, let's use that. So we can see going geothermal pretty early. Get that set up for power. It's right in the middle of the base, so I don't even have to worry about it. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately from the west. They are bringing knife. Sadly, Spencer's having a breakdown. What we can do is just group our people up over here for the moment. This person's going to cut through the water, have a little bit of a long hike. They're going to run along here. Actually, we move down this way. Where are you going? Want to talk about a friend? Where are you going? I messed that up. Oh my god, please people get better. Alright, serious injuries. Some solid cuts, but otherwise we're alright. Let's get you to sleep. The doctor will be illicit. Please go to bed. You've got cuts all over you. All right. Same with you, Cookie. I understand you're relaxing socially, but you're also bleeding from your torso and legs, so maybe not the time. Do we have another doctor available? No, Alana Ram is the one being healed. Okay. Now's the last of our medicine for the time being. Except some of those random heal roots to be bandaged. Okay, so here's hoping no infections. Or preferably scars. Okay. I guess that segment wall was completely unnecessary. Alright, we still need to make the barracks nicer. Luckily, we haven't been having breaks, but we're going to end up getting there, which will be an issue. We also have chemical starvation, which is a concern. And I don't believe smoke leaf helps that much. Let's check our research. So we do actually have psychoid brewing, so let's mark that. Bills. Do forever. It'll have back here. Psychoid. Shrink that. Expand it here. And there. Yeah, so put psychoid back there to be grown. Make Psy T, because then we can sell the Psy T as well. It does pretty okay. Alright. Hey, Serverlord. Oh, you have a good one. Hope your shopping goes well. Alright, so pretty soon it's going to start cooling off. The good news is those potatoes are all about to be ready. So hopefully Sentient Cookie heals up pretty quick. They can just work on harvesting all that, and that should have us in pretty good shape. Because food's still sitting there just alright, not good, which is worrisome, to say the least. It was getting fruits and some for dinner. Gotcha. Good, good. Yeah, Smiffles help hauling. Let's pick up the pace a little. Alright, good. So we've got all the hauling caught up and you are just cleaning up a little bit. We definitely need to make these barracks and all that nicer. I don't really want to build wood floors. We are trying to research stone. We'll see what we do when we get here. Well, at least this side's getting mostly done now. Stone cutting. Alright, so research. Complex furniture is next. Production. Stonecutter's table. Furniture. Do that. Misc. Oh, I guess the tool chest probably complex furniture. Because then I could have put one in the middle here and it would support most of these side tables, which would be fine. We have a... yeah. So it's, Smiffles is the one who's the main job crafter. We just don't have enough fabric, leather, whatever to do more. That's fine. Water kill box? Yep. Water slows people down a lot. Like, we'll have problems with the walls being wood, but, I mean, right now with the type of tile we're in where it's just marsh all around me, it's gonna be... and drowns them. I mean, they don't... there's no drowning mechanic in the game. Like, if a person goes down in water, they're just down. But yeah, they'll have to wade through the wild water. Pawns make great flotation devices? Absolutely. Well, every pawn runs around with their floaties. I mean, that's just... they just do that. They just have their big floaties. Like they're back into being a toddler or, you know, like a 3 or 4-year-old. I mean, 3-year-old still toddler, but like 4 or 5-year-old. They got their floaties on their arms. Not a life vest, but floaties. They certainly don't have a life vest on. That's just silly. No. So what we could do is when it gets to below freezing outside, actually for the moment, just pop that door open. Because if it's cold enough in there, it'll just keep our food frozen. We need a mod with one of those like duck inner tubes. Yeah, like doesn't explain anything about why they have duck inner tubes. They just do. So we have visitors, and we have a doughy-eyed warg. Her warg named Queen Bee. Now, I would like to do this, but wargs only eat meat, and I don't have, like, hardly any meat. I could free someone up to start hunting, but I would need them to do that instead of what they're doing now. So I might accept the quest once things settle a little bit more. I also need a Lanorama to stop being really hurt. The life of a melee pawn. Perpetual injury. And Sender Cookie's keeping those potatoes going. We're honestly at the point we don't even really need rice. Normally I like to have like a couple different crops here, but honestly for what we're dealing with, it's Potato Town. That's what we do, because the shorter growing season makes corn much more difficult to make work, even though corn has the highest amount of nutrition per cycle. So I'd rather just do what we got there. We can also go ahead and do, so we're going to get complex furniture soon. Let's set this up, delete that tiny little field. And we're going to change you to the dye. Yeah, so we're just going to lean in on potato. Because potato also has like a very long shelf life. I mean, actually... yeah, so everything's refrigerated now because it's cold enough. So we're going to genuinely start having to worry about people getting too cold. Alright. Let's pop these doors open here and here. Close these doors. We'll leave that door open, because this geothermal should start heating it up. If we have to close that door, we can do that. We're trying to juggle this. This is the only reason why you don't want to use the geothermal for like long-term heating, is you'll notice we have to like keep choosing, okay, open that door, close that door. Hey, Sentient Cookie are new lovers. Cool. In the meantime, I guess we will get a double bed here. I don't think we have free love turned on, so I don't think they can, spouses only. Okay. So they won't share a bed yet. We'll get there. Yes, it's getting a little hot in here. Let's pop that door as well. Try and find a good balance. Yeah, so that's a juggle. Right now, that is enough that we're not in heat stroke territory, but we're not far from it. And it kind of pulses, so you have like a range of about 10 degrees it'll be in. chemical starvation. I hate to break it, but you're going to have probably an entire winter of chemical starvation. I don't think I can help you with that. I forgot I had someone who has chemical fascination. I may have just let them take a hit of the go juice once they hit maximum penalty. Almost got it enclosed.
Thank you, Crass, for subscribing for 18 months. It's time chat. Rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules fine rules fine rules fine rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules fine rules fine rules fine rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules fine rules fine rules fine rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules hyperave rules fine rules fine rules fine rules hyperave rules hyperave we.
Thank you so much, Chris, for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months you've been subbed to channel, so a year and a half. A year and a half you've been subbed to channel. That's a heckin' long time. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel that long. So thank you again so much for that support. Alright, so next we'll do electricity. And then we're gonna have you pop in here, wake up, breach health, and then go back to sleep. We're not gonna mess with, you know, this. We're gonna just do everything. My once a month trial is over. Back to lurking and playing Ark. That's what you do. Yeah, 2 Twitch babies. Absolutely. Alright, we just about got that blocked off. Once we do that, then I'm going to go ahead and make where we have, like, at least a little bit of a lane here, just so they have to walk around. They can't just do that. Hey, Pancro, how's it going? Do you mean your subathon is heckin' done? Or do you mean the hot potato's done? I didn't catch where your subathon got left off at. For those who don't know Pancraro, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, the greatest pink squid here on the internet. You should definitely go over there and check them out. Play a whole variety of games over there, so definitely should go on that. Some of the games they've been playing lately is Jack. Oh, they got all the stuff from the their streamathon. So they got, you know, special events, just chatting, Jackbox party games. But they got a whole bunch of fun stuff they play over there. Hide in room due to chemical starvation. They said, I have not had enough drugs lately, and I am upset. Yeah, no, I caught part of it, because, I mean, our streams overlap so much. But I caught part of it, and it was definitely a good time. But you should definitely check out Pank. Fantastic. And now 2 days of rest. I know how subathons go. You did a lot of fun stuff there. Like, you had, I don't know what the... You had, like, a game. It looked like it was one of those games you, like, drop the coin and it, like, shoves it kind of thing. Like, you did a lot of stuff. It was really well done. Coin pusher, thank you. My mind is like Pinko. It's like, that's very not Pinko. It's like, I know what Pinko is, and it's not that. Alright. I'm not sure if you saw, we had a... Pachinko, yeah. I'm not sure if you saw, we had the hot potato ended today. $100,050 something is what what we raised for Doctors Without Borders, which is absurd. Because if I'm not mistaken, that's the amount that Doctors Without Borders is hoping to raise with, like, all of their internet stuff collectively together. We're like, nah, that's just us. Absolutely. Hank Carter saying Doctors Outdoors is needed now more than ever. Absolutely. It's a great organization. But we're starting a brand new RimWorld colony doing that. $100,000 with $100,040.69. Of course it ended in 69. They missed the 420. I get it. They missed the 420. I understand. I'm not gonna say I'm disappointed, but I'm kind of disappointed. To be fair, someone would have absolutely messed it up trying to make it happen because 3 or 4 people would have tried to do it overlapping and it would have never happened. But then, you know, the charity would have just made more money. Oh, you're watching the sunset. Okay, that's fair. All right, so we've almost got the very rough version of the kill box done. Yeah, we're doing a transhumanist run. Well, at least there's another goal for next year. Yep, because the goal for this year, I believe, was 75,000 for the beginning of it. All right, so good news is we're getting a lot of potatoes. This room is pretty soon going to be dropping below freezing. We have seemed to have balanced the temperature. It's a little brisk, but considering you're using a geothermal for heating, that's just going to be what it is. Pretty soon we're going to start losing plants outside to being too cold. I probably have a couple more days. What does it say the growth season is? It literally says yesterday was the end of the season. So let's play it safe. Harvest it all. Stop sowing. Harvest it all. Get what we can before they all freeze. I said stop sowing. It's all gonna die from freezing soon. We're just gonna get all of the crops we can up here right now before the snow sets in. The cotton's kind of a big one, but so's the heel root and so's everything else. How are you doing, by the way? Don't you? Who's the one with plague? Oh, you already get developed. Man, you developed immunity fast. Okay, so that'll be the start of the kill box. So if I'm not mistaken about the way the kill box design that I saw works, and I'm gonna probably get this wrong, so let's go ahead and remove this, which is just using as a ruler, is that what they were doing is you'd have your wall like this. So wall, barricade, and it's something like... It's not quite that steep. But you see the idea we're going with over here is that the idea is you'd end up having this situation where it slowly makes kind of like a half circle. And the idea is account for when the person stands through there, they're closer to this person than they are to the ones over there. Than they are to the ones over there. So you'd make it so it slowly makes a circle so that the person who steps through this door is in range of everybody simultaneously. But ideology works really well. Which ideology? Now, one thing we should do... Who is our researcher again? It's Spencer, who's unfortunately... Okay, so we do want someone with better social, because eventually I want to make Spencer into our researcher ideology person. Because we have one with this ideology. The thing that helps with healing... Oh yeah, no, the heal word will save a pawn's life. It's got a lot of limitations to it, like the person you're trying to use it on must be the same ideology you are. They have to be conscious for you to do it. So a small herd of thrombos have arrived. Do I have anyone who's got high enough animal? Ooh, we do. Hey, you want to be friends? Hey, big murder horn animals. You want to be friends? Yeah, preach health. Yeah, if they're the same ideology and they're conscious, it can be very, very powerful. It's not quite as powerful as hitting someone with a dose of Glitter World, but it's pretty good. So you have almost 0 chance of taming these things. It's a 2% chance. But I'm down to get a pet. You know, a pet, Grumbo. Okay, so you're getting pretty close to getting all that set up. Like I said, we're basically writing off the rest of the season. It's about to be a freeze. So anything that plants here, even if they could get in the ground, it's going to be dead before it grows. It's going to go to the freeze. Okay, so we finished the complex furniture, right? Yes. Alright, so delete that. Furniture. We'll start with those beds, and then we'll get people shifted over. Where did the component come from? Oh, there was ship parts over here. That's right. I was like, wait, where are you getting components from? I want in on this secret. So storage, we are going to say raw materials, put the steel, uranium, plasteel, silver, jade, and gold, and stone blocks out here. And go in here and say, do not put the uranium, steel, silver, plasteel, jade, or gold, or stone blocks in here. Cool. Oh, I thought I already hauled that one component. No, it's 22 components. I'm pretty sure we had ship parts crash down here at some point. Desperate refugees. So we've got 2 desperate refugees arriving. Furniture. Start getting those going. Go orders. Chop down more trees. Okay, we can probably take those refugees, honestly. Because they've got almost 3,000 raw food, and we already have our meals. This is getting to the point that this is going to be frozen in here, that I don't have to put any more effort into it. 4 desperate refugees approached my camp. They were children. They wanted beer. And you're like, no, I'm sorry. That's a crime. It doesn't matter if you're supposedly getting it for your dad. I know why you're here. And I'm not going to be part of it. So we can start making stone block. Okay, so that's close enough. Start sewing again. Almost all of it's going to die, but we basically got what we're going to get out of this. So now Cookie just working their skill. Alright, so let's try closing this door again. Because we're doing that whole balance, trying to make sure we keep the place warm enough. What's the legal drinking age in RimWorld? There are no laws in RimWorld. That's kind of the whole thing. Like, that's the whole catch. There are no laws in RimWorld, and therefore, you know, it's basically anything goes. Alright, so we're gonna have a bunch of those stuffed in here. Pretty soon we're gonna want to floor that off. To at least get it as nice as we can, considering. Alright, so we got an attack coming. 1 person with club. I don't expect you to accomplish much, friend. Sentient Cookie's trying their best to haul everything in. Oh, I see. Are you hauling that or are you stone cutting that? Alright. So, plan simple. Take the people, spread them out here. Have an exotic goods trader showing up. So I'm noticing one problem is they are going to try and go around towards the water side. Poor Lanorama. Literally every fight getting wailed on. Okay, so it is getting too cold for people to be outside with the clothing they have, unfortunately. We are working on trying to get everyone what they need to be prepared for that. But we're not quite there. The good news is... Actually, it's still not staying to temperature. Ooh. Archotech Eye. It's a shame you have like nothing. I have nothing you want. Because Archotech Eye, like this early, could be fun. Unfortunately, literally, they only want my components, and I'm not willing to give those up. I guess we actually closed that door, which worries me a little bit, because that can usually get pretty hot. But right now, it's getting way too cold. So we are going to have to do the door juggle thing. And the eye doubles your colony wealth. I mean, I think it would, and then we shove it in someone's head and it would drop down a bunch. Honestly, it's not making it as hot as I was expecting. It should warm up gradually, though. Did the doctor not bother? Could you bother? Can I convince you? All right. I'm probably going to need a fire to support this as well. Why are you still planting stuff? Season's over. It's all gonna die in the cold. Like, it's one thing for the seed. Like this, I could see them still planting. Oh, weird. It's still saying the growing season's now, even though it says the growing season ends on the 1st and it's the 5th. Actually, wait, that does seem to be catching up. Yeah, it does seem to be catching up temperature-wise. It's just taking a little bit. Quest expires in... Right. It's been a fun lurk. Colony is going good, it seems. It is. Getting ready to ride out our first winter. How long are you going to be here for? Desperate Survivors will be here for basically a whole season. Let's do it. Oh. Okay, I got scared thinking I accidentally accept the warg. I'd like to accept the warg, but I have no meat. And wargs won't eat the other stuff. So they're both adults, which means they can betray us, which means lose the knives and clubs, friends. And then work-wise, we'll get you to help wherever you can. That's fine. Don't worry about construction. Yeah, you're not gonna do much around here. It's fine. That's pretty typical. Alright, but you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, yeah, the rooms are actually starting to get hot. So I'm gonna pop the door again. Actually, pop that door. Leave that door closed. Hey, Spencer, could you go pop that door before it gets to be like 150 degrees in this room, please? Like, the temperature does build up. It just takes a little time to get there. You go start working on converting them. Because that's what we do here. But we are a transhumanist colony. We're just taking a while to actually get there. Oh yeah, caribou. Think it'd be fun. Yeah, the doughy-eyed warg, we're gonna turn that away. Because it's one of those things that it physically won't eat plants. I think you can make it meals, and it will eat it if it's made with meat. But I don't remember with confidence, so I'm just like, let's just not take our chances. And, okay, so it's cooled off enough. So Smiffles. Take 2 seconds, pop the door. That's the only downside of the geothermal, is you gotta keep doing that like back and forth of like opening and closing the door to adjust the temperature. Ultimately, when we do get electricity and geothermal hooked up where I can put heaters in here, we'll just open that and then we'll stop having any of this go through here at all. Yeah, so we're going to be drawn to this edge, because that is the fastest route. So once we have some spare wood, I'll move like 2 tiles this way, then 2 tiles this way. Like, we'll slowly make it into a cone to start trying to make this happen. We'll also start moving the kill box to slope out as well. But that's one we're not in an urgent situation with. Yep, so now they should stop sowing entirely. Because it's just not even the season. Smoke leaf tolerance, small. When did you get a hold of... Oh, one of the people died and had smoke leaf. Okay. Were you the one who had chemical fascination? You do. Yeah, chemical starvation. I don't think smoke leaf helps with that, but we're gonna find out. So that reduced you to chemical hunger. Alright, we'll have to just deal with that little by little. Okay, so produced all the beds. We don't have a prison cell or anything of that nature yet. That said, I do want to get shelves in here first. I feel like that's the more important one. Okay. Just continue to expand a lot of the space. Basically trying to maximize the space. It does make you think, so... there's a challenge where people make a 30 by 30 base. Like, that's your maximum size, so your whole base has to fit in this, like, that area. And that's everything, structure-wise. So it becomes a whole headache. Yeah, it's also the shallow water is the other problem. So they're following the shallow water to the shoreline over there. At which point then we have the issue. That's not what I wanted. So I'll have to deal with that to try and motivate him not to just dive over there. It could even be a thing that because he moved the cone out here over that way, it just doesn't make it available enough. Otherwise, they're going to keep hugging that one side, and it'll be an annoyance. Start with that for, like, the funnel where it goes out. I think they'll still... Oh, wait, did that switch? Yeah, I still think they'll go up this way, but at least they'll have to go a little bit along here. We'll figure it out. If I had to sit there and, like, wall off that a little bit narrower to keep them... I may even have to. Like, wall off here to make it, like, kind of lopsided kill box. Just to force them to not have one side... Yeah, let's do that. Because otherwise I feel like they're just always going to go right up this side and get it to me faster than I want it. So you can just do that. And honestly, for right now, let's just do it. Like, just embrace that. Because until I have more colonists, I won't have a reason to worry about that more. Alright. Meanwhile, I can go over here and say, what about more trees? Why are you planting stuff? Growing season's over, my friend. It's all dying. As don't understand is the big thing. Like, they're literally freezing to... Here, I'll do this manually, since you're going to be that way. Don't allow sowing. Like I said, my hope would be using the moisture pumps. I could potentially take the moisture pumps, make room for wind turbines later, or water turbines later, so I could just, like, literally line up a bunch of water turbines up and down the river and have all that. Cookie is all about the chaos, I suppose. Plant everything, stick it to the man, anarchy. It's like, seasons, those sound like rules to me. You won't keep me down. You got the bum mod just for that kind of thing. The constant pinging. X has rotted away. X has died of cold. Oh, just to get rid of the notifications? Nah, I kind of wish where it said, like, the growing season, you could adjust it, be like, hey, when it comes to planting, follow the growing season. Don't fight it. Embrace it. Block unwanted minuet. Gotcha. The deserter? Nope. Alright, do you have tolerance? I'm waiting for the tolerance to fall off, and then we're gonna have them smoke smoke leaf again. And to see if we can't manage that down. But I want to basically make sure like the tolerance doesn't slowly build up more and more and become a headache. Like basically figure out how long it takes for the tolerance to fall off, and say, hey, you can have a smoke leaf every time that resets. I'm sure someone's already sat down and done the math. Like, this is the exact perfect balance you need for this. Because they absolutely would. I would probably do it if I played, you know, Chemical Fascination all the time. Also lost track of where the heck the smoke leaf is in this place. There it is. As long as I could stay just a little bit. I thought we removed the... Oh, no, that's the other one. So you want a burqa. That's kind of annoying. It's fine. It's only annoying because I didn't have it on my queue. So I have to go out of my way to make, like, a garment just for that person. Alright. Now, short term, this actually gives them a straight bridge directly into my people. That's a problem. But long term, we're just going to build walls on it. Just got to get it to that point. You're at 99%. Go last percent real fast. Because what I can do with that is I can have like Smoke Leaf one day, and then we can have the Saiti another day, and kind of ping pong back and forth to make that work. To reduce the risk of getting addicted to either of them. I'm just hoping this drops off faster than this goes up, so we can stay ahead of it. Everyone needs warm apparel still. We're doing our best with what we've got at the moment, but we need better. Nope, you've fully recovered. You fully got your penalty back. Having our smoke leaf. Okay. Alright, so it is getting ahead of it. So we'll just have to sit there and bounce that back and forth a little bit to try and get the Chemical Fascination happy. We have 2 Chemical Fascinations. I didn't see that. Yet you're having no problem with yours. Oh, no, yours is Chemical Interest. Okay. Where's Chemical Fascination? Right. So if we go to assign, we'll probably have to do like the 1 a day thing. It's almost like one of those things you want, like 1 a day is like, we'll do this one, and then this other one, like the next day, like have an offset, but you know, I probably wouldn't want to actually make it that complicated. We'll definitely need to expand our production. Well, we're gonna have to expand all our space. But once I get the kill box all sorted, we can worry about that. Because then, like I said, I think what we'll do is we'll expand over here and just start working on trying to make that not crap. Then we can build a couple buildings up there and go with that. Like maybe put our ideology room over here, or main production room over here, or something like that. We can leave this as a kitchen, or even maybe make our like primary storage room. It'll get there. But my plan is also to start by building the wall from this side, because if I start building over here, the enemies will run over behind it and they'll use it for cover, and they'll be cover to cover. Versus if, you know, build like these 2 sections of wall, then these 2 sections of wall, and so on, the chance of them being able to use it for cover get lower and lower. So it should get better and better. I keep thinking if there's someone I want to have, like, really commit to hunting to start building up their weapon skill. But the only one who's done that for us is our researcher, which is the only one who will never do it. Yeah, Koki will also help with the production of materials. Alright, we can start setting that up, so those 2 segments of wall there are next. That west side's the bigger problem anyways. Alright. Still says growing season is now, despite it definitely not being growing season. Oh, I actually do have a couple things that can be harvested here. Alright, well, might as well do the handful of potatoes. Yeah, it's also the issue is we're dumping heat from this in here every time we walk through that door. And they're walking through that door a lot. But that's okay. There's still, if we were to look at any of these potatoes individually, they still don't spoil for like 2-3 seasons, which is not a concern. Especially considering when we go into the winter, there's a much better chance that room just won't warm up. During the actual winter, I probably will have to put a fire in here. Okay. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and quickly put up my away screen and all that. I'll have a bunch of clips for you and all that, but thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Just got to go ahead and stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff, and I'll be back here in a moment. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Oh, wait. Hang on. No, stop it. Alright, let's be real careful with this. I'm not on my wheels. Nope, 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 nope. I didn't see there was a cross guard there, and I was able to drive, like, right over it. Alright. Yeah, so I just had to quickly use the restroom, so let's just get right back to it. Sorry about that. I'm thinking when I go away, so a lot of the games like RimWorld, we have the music turned on. And it used to not be a problem because most of the games I played did not have the in-game music turned on. For whatever reason, so I'd have my own music playing. And that music doesn't get saved to the VODs or the clips, because even though I do play DMCA safe music on the channel, so that way I don't have to worry about copyright strikes and that kind of nonsense, it still occasionally gets my VOD muted anyways because the way DMCA handled is horrific. But now with like games like RimWorld, when I play that, where I do have the music saved, and then I've had the music going in the background, you get double the music, it doesn't sound good. And so I'm kind of juggling. I was like, okay, do I turn off, like, do I have on that away screen, do I turn off the audio for the system? Which means you might just have no music and a bunch of just random clips, which I think is probably the lesser of evils. Or keep the music going so you don't have like dead air kind of stuff. But then, you know, you run into the music overlapping music. I think the answer, the better one, is to have the in-game system audio turned off on the away screen. Because like partly that's the thing, because I've been playing a lot more of RimWorld versus like when I was playing Project Zomboid and stuff like that, for example. I almost always had the Project Zomboid music turned off, because even though the Project Zomboid music is excellent, after you've listened to it for like 3,000 hours or whatever it was before I finally turned it off, you know, 1,000 some hours, you know, you're pretty over that music. You're pretty done with that music, even if it is good. All right. Actually, get them. You know what the heck with it. We'll hold off on where I don't even have them built, but they should be able to apply that pretty quick. Yeah, that's barely keeping up the temperatures now. Alright, so it's time to play the juggle game with the fire. So put the fire in there, have that going, and it will still have to toggle the door on and off as needed. Those just stay frozen entirely. All right. And so on the wood back and all that stuff. When I get this cone done, like I said, I'm not sure exactly where I want to do the wall. Like, I know this wall, I'm just probably gonna come straight across and then down here. I don't think I'm gonna go all the way there. I think we'll cut across like here. So I'll still have to go across that marsh spot. But probably not more than that. They're probably you know, go right up to where the stone wall is there, and then we'll tear up the stone wall later. All right. Cool. I'll probably have to make these walls more than 1 tile thick, but we'll deal with that when we get there. That'll become more of a problem when we start having larger number of enemies and start having to use, like, the assault rifles and the machine guns, where I'm gonna get a lot more damage and out. But we'll have to deal with that when that happens. How are our moods doing? We have an awful barracks, slept in the cold. That's basically all we've got. Like, just slept in the cold, disturbed sleep, chemical want. Where did that smoke leaf get off to? Oh, I see a problem. I mean, right now it's okay that they have the wood stashed in the shelves. Yeah, no one went on a smoke leaf binge, I'm pretty sure. We didn't have a break. Oh, I think a bunch of them took, like... Yeah, a bunch of them had a hit of smoke leaf recently, so it could be that they actually wore through, because we didn't make our own, it was just stuff that got dropped. Because I thought it was right along here, but it's fine, whatever. We'll definitely get some smoke leaf and all that going in the future to handle that. Okay, so we've got all that built. So now it's time to expand. So you go ahead and cut straight across here. Straight down here. And bridge across that, and that. Put a door here. Door there, door there, door there, and a door there. We'll get that whole area built out, and they'll start building a building over here. That'll facilitate I don't know what. It'll be another building to do stuff. Like, I could see long-term that this doesn't even stay, like, the purpose of these rooms, that this ultimately becomes the freezer long-term. We move stuff over here, but we can worry about that when we get there. If any of these wanted to join, would we take either of them? We'd be willing to take Amy. Emilio... Like, Amy makes sense. Emilio, not as much. Because, like, I'm not going to do hardly any mining. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be horribly against either of them joining. So hopefully if we allow sowing, they won't try and plant things now. Because it's definitely out of season. That's fine. Yes, temperature's staying just a little bit on the warm side, but otherwise okay. Alright, get that spot of wall patched. Cool. Alright, so what we'll have to do after this is, once we get our stone and all that, we can... I still haven't decided what building we're putting there. So, like, I could definitely... So if I put... The rec room should be nearby the freezer. Otherwise, people grab the food from the freezer, the table's too far away, and then they eat without a table, and they whine about it. This could definitely be where we put the production and storage rooms. I could see that working. The hospital, I know a lot of the stuff in the hospital is going to need to be able to carry more weight than we can build on top of the water. So that's not what we want here. We don't actually have a good place to put the hospital nearby the kill box, which I'm not a huge fan of. As you can put the production room and storage up here. I potentially see putting a couple of bedrooms or something down here, maybe. And then as we fill that in, we potentially expand the bedrooms to be this area. But that's when we get to moisture pump. We'll definitely want to get that not super late. And once we get this built out, we're going to start making stuff out of stone if we're able. We should start having that as an option. Yeah, cutting block and all that. It'll take time. Another thing is, any place the walls get destroyed, we'll just go and replace it with stone. I'm gonna disallow this door so you stop dealing with that. Exact goods trader, because where they're cutting through here to speed things up, which is fine. It only slightly speeds things up, and they just keep heating up the freezer. Alright, so you want me to perform a low power attack on one of us. They're willing to give me a masterwork throne, a bunch of Lucy, or a rank. How... Like, uranium's fine. The Masterwork Throne is cool and all, but, like, we don't have anyone going with the royalty stuff right now. So it's kind of there. Having a big old pile of Lucy is not the greatest. It's for one season. Leave it alone for right now. Like, if they gave me reputation, you know what? If they gave me reputation, I'd actually take it. So you can have that. Do you have anything I want that I can afford? Not really. You have stuff I want, just not that I can afford. Because I have nothing you want. Yeah, so they trade and immediately ditch because they're like, it is too cold. It's actually struggling to keep these rooms hot enough. One thing we can do is bills, apparel, remove, burn everything that is not clean. Bills, apparel, forever. not utility, and is below 80%. So basically, all the worn out pants and shirts and all that, start burning them as you have availability. Alright, we're doing a good job extending that. Yeah, just have the one wall to work down here, and then that area is all enclosed and ready for us to build more stuff in it. Cargo pods, anything fun? A whole lot of nutrient paste. Extra goopy. Yeah, because yeah, if I move the production room over here, and eventually move like the barracks and all that kind of like down here, that kind of thing, then I can open up this space to make the rec room bigger so it doesn't have as much of that negative. You have serious hypothermia. Could you not go all the way out there? That's not helpful. Milo. Buddy, buddy, pal, pal. You're literally dying of hypothermia. I would like to help you, but I'm gonna need you to stop burning everything. Alright, we got betrayal. Okay, so, the problem is I really can't make any of these rooms a prison. If I make that into a prison, we won't eat the food because it'll be considered reserved for prisoners. If I make this from a prison, I've got to close the doors, and then this area gets too cold and that area gets too hot. If I make this room, the production room, the prison, that can have its own problems. Alright, what we're going to do here is I'm going to patch this person up, and I'm going to send them on their way. You, on the other hand, might not survive to the edge of the map. So you're just bruised, right? Yep. Unless you're a neutral group. At which point I gain nothing for sending you on your way. Alright, prisoner. I guess you did get off the map successfully. A little surprising, but that's okay. I wonder if he'll still consider them trying to escape here, because I really don't want to make this room super cold. So we're going to see if we can't make that work. Like, I don't know if they'll treat this as a thing they'll keep trying to escape or not, because they'll see it as they can get out in here, but we're still in an enclosed space, so I'm hoping it won't do that. But I might try to recruit you, because you just have a neck scratch, and you do have plants and all that, and you are set to kind. Holy crap, Spencer, just knock him down by 30% in one go. I can live with that. Alright, so that'll be that last patch over here. Alright, so that's now an enclosed space, so how do I want to approach this? I can go to Structure, Slate. Oh, we do have this. Put that there for now. Yeah, because they've got a neck scar, but if we are doing the Technohumanist, we can actually make that better. I canceled the cape because Cookie is probably never going to end up actually doing it. Conversion already. So you're already converted. Recruit. Try and get them over. How is your will? You're at 11 resistance, so it's going to take you a little while to get there. Alright. So what I'm debating here is trying to remember how big of the room you can do for the antenna, and kind of doing like a round room there, and then having the production room off of that room, so that like one side is round and the other side's squared off. I just don't remember the size of the orbital antenna. But I think we get that with electricity, right? Oh, is it microelectronics? Yeah, it's microelectronics. Alright, so what is your range? You don't tell me. It's very disappointing. I don't feel like looking it up either. Alright, we'll just go with whatever. It doesn't have to be perfect. So we'll set a point. There's gonna be stuff here that we can have a good radius. So that's probably bigger than it actually is. I'm gonna pause that, and we're gonna use that as our stencil. And if it's too big, that's fine too. Alright, so that'll be our storage room. We'll put a door on this side, and on that side, and on this side, and on this side. Actually, this side probably doesn't need a door. It's fine, we'll just do it anyways. And then with that, what we're going to do... Okay, so that'll be the production room, and then this will be a storage room. And don't build the torch. Alright. Yeah, so both the Lanorama and, well, eventually Lanorama is going to be stuck just cooking, because the amount... Would you... That isn't what I want. I don't want a Megasloth living inside my freezer. I understand the food on the map is a little scarce, but kind of a jerk move, Megasloth. Just saying. Megasloth's like, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. That's what you're gonna do about it. And once they build that, like I said, I think I might try and build the barracks down here, like an actually nice barracks. Get rid of that barracks. Alright, so we're going to have them prepare to attack. To melee. Alright, so we'll see how the adjustments to the kill box work out for us. Because it'll take them a little while to get over here to actually get into range. Can't have you nearly dying of hypothermia. Alright. So, ranged people. Yeah, so still favoring going to the left. Which makes sense, because that's the fastest place to cross. But not as bad as before. Which I think that's just going to be a thing we live as. They'll generally favor the left, so we'll probably prioritize putting our stuff on the left side. Okay, we're still fine on food, though. Because we've only used about 1,000 of it, and that was with extra people here because of the refugees and all that. That's fine, you'll get there. Yeah, because then what I'll do is I'll make this just the food, and move all the other junk in here. Get that processed. The hospital, I still don't know where I want to put that. It could even be that we end up moving where we're growing stuff here and there. Like, move some of it up there, move some of it over there, like, whatever. Depending on what it's like. For example, put the psychoid and the smoke leaf kind of stuff over here. Since that'll go into the crafting room, not into the food. Keep this as just food. Cotton would also be over here, potentially. Same reason. That's going to get brought into these rooms, not those rooms. So you can see eliminating this wall in the middle. Putting the cotton up there. And then just making room for the hospital to be like back here or something like that. All that's not going to happen until we get our storage and production moved over. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? mean, at least their construction's starting to get there. Doing fine? Good, good. Hypothermia and sentient cookie. The marriage is on between sentient cookie and Spencer. That Mega Sloth just eating all of my food is deeply upsetting. I'm not annoyed enough that I want to fight it, because as combat characters, we're still pretty awful. But, on the other hand, it's pretty annoying. And I can close the door, but that's what's helping this keep this place below freezing, is just letting that cold air in. Maybe we just close the door and just see what happens. Because my fear is they'll slowly build up until it's no longer freezing, because it's right next to a geothermal that's 100-something degrees. Maybe set a trap? I mean, I could. I don't have a whole lot of spare materials that I really want to allocate towards that. It's not that big an issue. I've got tons and tons and tons of food. Yeah, no, actually, for the moment, I'm more worried about the metal. I don't really have much steel on my entire map, and we are, what's the word? Techno-humanists. I don't care. We are techno-humanists, so we are going to be really struggling for metal and components later. Versus food, I have infinite food if I have time. Yeah, we just shut the door, so hopefully what'll happen is it'll get hungry, and then it will leave. It won't find its food, so it'll just go away. Because the rabbits and all that I'm fine with, I'm like, yeah, I'll just go hunt those. Royal Ascent, probably not happening. We'll probably, like, if we do, like, one of the endings, it'll either be the, Arco Nexus or it'll be the shipbuilding. Probably the shipbuilding, most realistic. Alright, wait until the hypothermia goes away. And you're good to go. Megasloth eats veggies only, I think. Yeah. I was gonna say, since I've closed that door and there's like no other food they can really get to that isn't dead, like unless it goes out and it's able to eat a bush or something, but I don't think they can. I think they'll walk away. Because all the squirrels and all that, those are dying of starvation at this point. Not dying. They'll starve to a certain point and then they'll just leave the map. That's actually what this one's doing right now. This rabbit's got malnutrition, it's just gonna leave the map entirely. Now unless something managed to grow that it can eat. Royal Tribute Collector. Mad Ibex. Yeah, that looks like a you guys problem, not a me problem. Transport pod crash. Ooh, hey buddy. Just coming in with the SMG. Trigger happy, nimble, and kind. Alright. Yeah, so you stop what you're doing. Go rescue this person. You go get yourself a gun. Just casually getting a free heavy SMG. I really hope you get back in time to bandage that person up. Are you not taking care of this person? Okay. I was like, are you not bandaging them? What are you doing? They got 2 hours to live. Alright, so we're getting that room all in shape. Yeah, the big thing is when it's getting to, like, really late in the day, it's getting, like, minus 20 or whatever. And these rooms are struggling pretty hard to stay warm, even with the geothermal trapped and the fire going inside there. Part of this is because they do have people running in and out constantly, but eh. Go back and rest before the hypothermia gets you. Yeah, so all the animals are leaving the map one by one because of starvation. It's just too cold for plants of any kind. Alright, so you gonna join me? Because I wouldn't complain about 10 medical, 6 intellect. That would free up Spencer to take over cooking. And if Spencer takes over cooking, that would free up Lanarama to take over construction. If Lanarama takes over construction, that'd free up Alyssa and Z to do basically anything else. Alright, so we're doing a pretty good job of getting Amy converted. Or not converted, recruited. Hey, Dark Devil, how's it going? It's going good here. You're upset about chemical starvation. Look, man, you're just gonna have to wait till we hit our growing season. I know you want your drugs, but like, it's just not in the cards right now. Because it would be good if we got both those people, because that'd increase our colony up to 7. We still got to figure out the housing. Actually, you know what? We can build houses on the water. I totally forgot about that. You just can't build them out of stone. So we can go ahead and just make this where people are living for their housing. You just got back to a trip in Japan? Nice. I'll have to check the, what I need for the heater. Let's go stand in this room for a minute. Get over your hypothermia. Japan is probably like the place highest on my list of places I want to see that I've never been before. Like, me and Tomb talked about doing that, but we went to New Zealand last year instead because of a conference. Otherwise, there's a good chance we might have tried to make Japan happen. I also want to see Reykjavik, Iceland. Is another place on my list of places I really want to see. I've heard really good things about it. Really happy we saw New Zealand, though. That's definitely was one on the list. A place I really wanted to see. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and deconstruct this wall. I actually don't mind having my base split up into sections like this. That way, if you have a drop pod over here, you can run to the R section and deal, like, you know, keep doing what you need to do over here while they're running a mess. Okay, so we got electricity. So geothermal is going to be next, which is going to be a big wait for us. But I do have a geothermal vent really, like, literally as the center of my base over here on the right. So I really should. The temperature, the question is, what weight do you need to support? Light? I can do that. What that does mean is I can literally make bedrooms over here. I know you're chemically starved. In the middle of the winter, I can't help you. Even if I wanted to, I cannot help you. Alright, so we can go structure. Here, we'll plan it first. You want to go that small? Nah, let's go bigger than that. We can do this plan for... So I can put the bed... Yep. So that's 6 across. You can start with that. This area in the middle is where I put the heaters. You know, I have vents into all those rooms. So I have like 2 or 3 heaters powering, like, handling all of that. Deal with that in a moment. That's be a huge supply of wood, though. Alright. Oh, you're already taking care of it? Who was the one who's dealing with hypothermia? We'll definitely want to get some animals who can handle colder. Can I get another set of rooms in here? I think I can. Let's not. I could certainly fit another one there, but I could just build more, like, pods down here. Hi, for directly delivering me medicine. That's cool. Schedule. We're gonna go ahead and go to assign. Manage drug policies, select policy, social drugs. Say keep one of those in your inventory, and every 6 days, take it. Because that gives them immunity to stuff like plague and malaria and a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to copy that. Make a new storage area. New stockpile. Paste that. And expand it. Go storage. We will go to foods and no foods. We will allow the stone blocks and all that kind of nonsense. And go over here, storage, and we won't allow the other things. But we will allow foods. Gonna link all those. I'll deal with that in a moment. And same deal. We won't allow raw resources or any of these. I am gonna leave, not manufacturing, but medicine, yes. So that way they start moving all that stuff over. Hosting allies. Ooh, okay. So if we host 2 people for 20 days, they'll either give me a masterwork piano or 30 standings. I will probably take the masterwork piano, because that is another type of recreation we don't have, and it's masterwork. The standings are also good. We are... Let's wait on that for a little bit. I say we are working in relatively good terms and all that. Alright, so we'll wait for that to drop off. Then move on to the next thing. Like, and I'm gonna hold actually moving production in here until we hit the point that I have power sorted, which is geothermal, which is gonna take a long while. Because then when I have geothermal, then I can just put heaters in here. You have items to trade, excellent. So if I were to build all of this at a bridge now, what are we talking? About 3,800 wood. Like, I'll be losing the corners and all that kind of stuff, but the point is a hecking lot of wood. So I'll wait till like after the winter to do that. Yeah. Every time we have a trade caravan, they show up and they immediately leave. It's just too dang cold. Alright, Amy's about to join us. Oh, and I didn't even notice the other person that we saved just left the map. It's fine. They would have been a nice pawn to add, but it's fine. Alright, and then this room will be on closed. We'll do this in waves. Start orders, structure, bridge. That's the first block. Because I'll use the wood we already have, and then anything extra I get will probably help out. So we're already, yeah, we already have more than enough wood to do all that. Okay, when does my grow season start again? 11th of April. So, a little ways into the next season. Ooh, Muffalo. I actually do want a pair of Muffalo. Let's see if I can't snag 2 Muffalo. I'm not gonna worry about trying to grab all of them. We can snag 2 Muffalo real fast. We can bring them in here, and I'll have to feed them. We can add a pen marker as well. Right now, just plunk it there. I don't know where we're gonna keep it. Alright, you stop doing that. Yeah, you're way too far out there. You're gonna get frostbite before you get back. Yeah, there it is. And our doctor is you. Alright. New recruit, Amy has joined. Okay, so let's go ahead and get who Amy is going to be. And that will be Bong Spill, so welcome to the colony. And we need to get you a ranged weapon. I don't think we have any of those in here, do we? I know we dropped our Pila up here a while back, and they probably did collect it. So somewhere in this place is likely a Pila of normal quality. Well, I don't know. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get your work schedule and all that sorted out. You're not going to be a doctor. You're terrible at it. You are... You're going to be a hunter. That's what you're going to do here. So let's get you a weapon of some kind. I might have to just craft you one. Oh, good. You're upset because darkness. So we're just going to go like this. We're going to go production, crafting spot, build, make a recurve bow. And then you can hunt stuff and all that. Yeah, so Bongsville is going to be a dedicated hunter for the time being. Right, so he should be dumping the weapons in here now instead of the armor. So that'll actually make it a little bit easier. Because that should just be food, ultimately. They're not going to stay on the map very long. I'm really hoping we can get a breeding pair. Because if we can get some Muffalo... Sweet. That's one. Now if I can get another one, that gets us a source of Muffalo wool, which will be much better for keeping us from freezing to death all year round. The downside is, right now, we have no food for them. Clear, critical. Foods, we will allow hay, kibble, and where is raw food, vegetable, potato. All right. Just got a little spot here that they're gonna put potatoes and stuff in here so the Muffalo can eat when it's out of season. You'll get your recurve bow, and you're good to hunt. Not that there's really anything I want you hunting right now, because there's a grizzly bear right over here. And a lynx, and they will absolutely murder the crap out of you. So kinda hoping they will take care of each other when they get hungry. Because I've had that happen pretty consistently and reliably. Especially since they're leaving the map right now, so it's going to be literally a grizzly bear and a lynx. It leaves just a rabbit up there and my Muffalo inside its place to live. Alright, haul those potatoes out here that the Muffalo can eat. One kindly prisoner. You want me to keep a prisoner, and you're willing to give me a masterwork SMG. They're 71 years old, I have to keep them for 8 days. This one I have to accept within 1 day, and it's going to be two rescued people. Stop giving me all these people. They're all very tempting. And I know it's going to result in starvation. Yeah, that dough when that gets up, that's going to leave the map. Why do we not have any meals prepared? Is it our cook is having a break? Yeah, so it's Alanorama is having a break. And $8 meals because they're having a break that involves eating all their food. So as a result, we don't have any meals many. We're just going to have to wait till that break gives up. Okay, so we got the mail. Come on. You'd think they'd be extra motivated to tame, considering they're literally starving to death. They're gonna leave the map soon, though, because they're like out of food. Do I take it? Because if I take it, I gotta keep it for 20 days. And her food is slowly dwindling. What did you both eat? Oh. I take that back. You both ate the lynx. That there was a new lynx that showed up on the map and got killed. And then you ate it. That's fair, I guess. Like, I should probably pop out and just kill the grizzly bear and the lynx. And they can be food. Which I think we're gonna do. Gonna run over here real fast. You can't stay out very long. Literally, Bong Spill is already going hypothermic. Never mind. You're already going hypothermic. You're literally gonna die from this. I need the hide to fix the hypothermia, but I can't get the hide because of the hypothermia. Oh, you're just rolling into the grenades? That's exciting. Alright. So, range team. Primarily focus on that left side. Counting's going good. Thank you for asking. Actually tuck you behind the wall here. My god, please. Get over here. Hypothermia is literally such a problem right now. Don't daze of the person with grenades running around. Okay, hurry up because everyone's dying of hypothermia. Like, the colony's going fine. Dealing pretty roughly with, issues in regards to temperatures. We're just trying to ride out the winter. Like, we have what we need indoors. It's just out here. I hope you're not getting hypothermia out there. Man, don't lose fingers because you're busy having a break. Pretty soon it'll be up to Sirius. Really hoping you get sleepy and you go to bed soon. Excellent, you are. Cool, that'll be fine. Refuel the fire before it goes out. Alright. Yeah, no, it's 4 components is solid. Oh, do not still have the grizzly bear tagged for hunting. I'm not gonna be hungry anytime soon. We can go ahead and snag their food there. Get them to hunt each other. Got the caribou down there, not worried about them. I'd like to tame one of those muffalo. If I can get one of those muffalo to happen, then we got a breeding pair and we're good. And we'll get muffalo wool clothes. And so, you know, it won't help me this winter because we won't have enough time to get enough muffalo wool to matter. Yoink. What was your meal is now my meal. Mostly I just would deny it to them so they kill each other. And then the hope would be that the lynx would actually do a decent amount of damage to the bear. Like, the bear's gonna win. Like, we could scratch up the bear pretty bad. That can go a long way for me not having to deal with as many dangerous animals. You better move, little rat. Little by little, we're getting it built. Yeah, I've got the Pila. That was the weapon we were looking for earlier. It was in here. And I let the one quest with the 2 people just time out. We're just gonna try and play it safe and not starve. And that bear's right about to trigger hunting. Went after the rat. Unfortunately. So you're leaving the map. You'll leave the map soon. The only reason the muffalo are still here is because we're feeding it, they're not starving. Because we keep feeding it to train it. Oh, I see. You gotta die, rabbit. You're eating our Muffalo's food. That's unacceptable. Amusingly enough, that actually is going to work pretty well. That affects we're baiting in the rabbits using the food and then getting rid of them. Don't worry about it. It's gone. We got our second Muffalo. We got our breeding pair. And we're already getting more Muffalo. Heck yeah. And the good news, we're getting pretty close to the end of winter. I'm not gonna worry about taming you anymore. Just go leave the map. Want to save the rest of my food. Can I kill the rest? I mean, there's only one left. We'll fight back. I'm more worried about these two down here, because the grizzly bear is still not an easy situation for us. Now, Lynx shouldn't attack a grizzly bear by default. It will attack me, but shouldn't... It shouldn't hunt that. The grizzly bear will absolutely hunt and kill a lynx. Because the issue I've been running into is when I go to hunt, we start having hypothermia problems before I even get through them. Will the yaks defend themselves? Alright, we can see if we can make this happen. Be fast. You two have no reason to be here. I don't know why I brought you. Don't hit the caribou, they can fight back. Cool. So I got a bunch of caribou. Are you close to dead? Probably. Yeah. Alright, so get the, not caribou, the yaks. So we'll end up getting 4 yaks out of that. That should help us out. And carry out another pack of potatoes for our Muffalo friends. Keep them fed. Alright, grizzly bear is about to get the munchies. At which point we'll go out to lynx, and I'm hoping the lynx will defend itself and do some damage. I don't expect it to win, but if it does some damage, we can just, you know, swing in, mop up, and then I can, you know, hunt without, you know, with impunity. It's also a thing that next time it goes to sleep, we just might run over and just kill it. Alright, as soon as it hits 30%, that's what it starts getting ready to hunt, is in the 30%. And that lynx should be close enough it'll aggro to it. There it goes. Not so good job, Lynx. Did pretty terribly, actually. I was really hoping for more out of you. Kind of hope it goes to sleep up near the water, so I can stand out here to make it slow, you know, slow moving as well. We'll just have to take what we can get. Yeah, it's gotta go. There's like nothing left alive on the map. Alright. Are you very badly hypothermic? Anyone here badly hypothermic? Nope. Okay. We can't take advantage of the water, so we're just gonna go over here. Try and get in position as fast as we can. And deal with it as fast as we can. You're melee, so you can actually... Alright. Follow Lanorama. There you go. Nicely done. Cool. Now, hunt the rest. Okay, so we've got some stuff we can actually start hunting and killing to make stuff go on. We're also running low on wood, which is really dangerous. So let's go ahead and chop up more wood. Because that fire goes out, like we're barely keeping the fire, like keeping this area spaced warm enough between the fire and the geothermal. Did I seriously just kill the grizzly bear to have another grizzly bear immediately enter the tile? Like, not even 2 seconds later. Come on, game. You don't need to be a jerk about it. We can just do what we did again. Oh. All the potatoes. Major break risk because night owl and daytime, even though you're scheduled to not be out in daytime. It's just because your sleep schedule's messed up from me doing those hunting trips. That's fine. Alright. So it should be the point it should start warming up now. When the bear goes to sleep, we're going to do the same thing, is we're just going to run up, try and fill it with as much shots as possible so that whoever it chases, we can just have them run away and kite it. Alright. Let's just get this over with. Would you stop putting them on my map? I'm trying really hard to actually make progress so I can hunt without being hunted. You keep bringing me more and more things I have to be careful about. I got you. Get out of here. Just deal with the wolf next. Murderous rage because you are cold. Do I still have that? I do have the prison spot still. So bong spill. Actually, here. You just got bruised up, right? You lost a toe. In that half second. Thanks, man. Why can't you treat them? Prisoner, you'll be released immediately. You're a doctor. Oh, right, you're the one who needed treated, not... Okay. Please go to bed. Okay, I didn't see... Oh, your bow will be over here, won't it? Alright, and we will need to give you your title back. Since unfortunately you had a break, so I had to arrest you, which means you lost your title, which means I had to give it back. Otherwise, you keep the mood penalty for losing your title, I think. Stop it. Like, I mean, Eclipse I don't actually care about. It's just like the fact that things just keep happening is like, could you just stop? Could you just not? We want that Masterwork SMG. I think we'll be okay to take it. Gonna wait till the last second though. Bulk goods trader. Cool. Alright, what can you give me that'll be helpful? How about I give you a bunch of random bits of leather that I can't quite use because they're just tiny little bits of leather. I give you the blindfold that I'm never gonna use. We just leave all the clothes here. I'm not worried about the chest table. I'm not worried about the brazier and all that. I would like your components, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We definitely have food, and I like food. It is just meat, though. It's fine for later, but doesn't really help right now. That's fine. We got a little bit of meat. Let's get that out of here before the wolf goes and decides that's what it wants to do. Yep, and they're just immediately gone because it's too cold. Which is what we've been dealing with. Just always too gone because, you know, always gone because it's too cold. All more of the potatoes out there for the muffalo. Alright, so let's grab you. Alright. They're taking this prisoner because they give us a Masterwork submachine gun if we finish this. It's gonna be a little rough, but it's only half a season that we have them here. So I'm hoping they won't be too much of a burden food-wise. Let's keep that going. Thermion sentient cookie again. I don't even know when. Oh, the Lynx is the one from down here. That's right. Timberwolf ate the rat. Got some ibex down here. All right. The temperatures are coming up gradually, so pretty soon we'll be in good shape. Oh, it's cold out there now. Oh yeah, no, it's been like -8. Well, like right now it's -8, but it's been like -12, -14 Celsius, or like 1 second, or like There you go. Or like it's also gone like minus words. I can words. Why am I struggling on words? Or like -10 or so Fahrenheit. It has been really, really oppressively cold. Alright, so with that, we can go here and go structure wood. Okay, we're officially in spring. Wait, that's not side. Okay, we caught it last second. This side has the vents, the other side has the doors. Or, I mean... No, actually, we can make that work. I just leave the doors open. Okay. Let's see, you used to work in an ice cream making factory. It was -8 to 9 degrees Celsius in the packing room, -42 in the hard freeze. It was only allowed in the packing area for 30 minutes and the hard freeze for no longer than 2 minutes. Oh yeah. Because hypothermia is such an issue. They have you pop in, you do a little bit of work, you pop back out, you have some duration of time you have to be outside of the cold room, then you go back in. Repeat until task complete, or you go home. You had to defrost outside. Yep. It's good that they do that. The jaded side of me would expect companies around here to be like, no, they're bundled up enough. So, work then, half an hour breaks, you get bored of the breaks. I can imagine that. I would assume nowadays they'd probably... come up with things for the people to do during the break part to be productive, like load pallets or something of like containers or whatever. Like if they're packing the ice cream into that. But so never forget to wear gloves when touching things in deep freeze zone. Yeah. Especially if you have any possibility of moisture on your hands at all. Oh, you freaking mega sloth, go away. I want to feed my animals, not you. We'll murder the crap out of that rat, though. Don't shoot the Mega Sloth. Walk past. Good job. Nicely done. Alright, so we're not quite at the point we can start growing again yet. We still got some time. But the good news is the temperature is starting to come up, so hypothermia will become less and less of a threat. Especially as we have the muffalo here. We get to, you know, getting a little bit more wool and a little bit more wool and a little bit more wool. I'm really hoping that the Megasloth gets hungry fast enough before our muffalo that it pieces out. So we're getting spare clothes in here and all that, that's good. Yeah, those rooms are starting to get to a point where they're getting a little on the warm side, that's okay. You know what I can do? Oh, I'm gonna make that freezer, we don't want an animal flap there. We could just make a room down here with the animal flap. That way the muffalo will go in and eat, and we don't have to worry about, you know, the Megasloth running in there and eating. What research are you up to now at the moment? We're working on geothermal. We are tribal, so we take a severe penalty on our research speed. But that's basically why we're still sitting around. Because you don't have a good researcher, and we're tribal. But if we get that geothermal online, then we can start putting heaters in here and not playing this whole open, close the door game kind of thing. It's actually going to point where we're going to get just a hair above freezing. Come on. Consuming potatoes? Aw, they just automatically halted. The Megasloth just went for it. It's fine. At least they got to eat. It's fine. They were good, and they're like, oh, we got hauling to do, and they hauled just enough to, like, feed everything. Okay, you're asleep. Let's deal with Wolfie over here. There we go. That means no more predators on the map, so everything is on the menu. Alright. We got a new cause. I'm on a different computer. Different username, but don't want to mess around with the username changing. Yeah, no, right now we've got everyone named here, because Bongspill was the one we got a new colonist that we named. Elsie here, we're not recruiting. They're for a quest. Yeah. I'd really like to get rid of that Megasloth, but where all these, I'm like, yeah, we could go ahead and do that. It's the same thing where I basically won't poke a Megasloth that's in good health. The same as I won't poke a Thrombo that's in good health. Not unless I have, like, plenty to throw at that I know I'm going to slow it down. Yeah, so you have Bongspill just keep hunting endlessly to train up their shooting so that they can be a crack shot. That's just what they do here. But they're only here for 9 days. Or 8 days, or whatever it was. We'll go ahead and get them through and get them moved out. Alright. Yeah, and as a reminder, we will be streaming. So, for the reminder for people who didn't catch the beginning stream, normally I start at 5 p.m. EST. We have moved that to 7 p.m. EST. My wife's work schedule changed, so we're starting a little bit later than we normally do, but I don't have that middle of the stream dinner break that I have to take now, because I'm eating. Basically, the reason we're delaying it is I'm eating before stream as opposed to during, because she'll be available to eat. Versus before, like, just, you know, she'd be at work and wouldn't get home till 9. She's getting home at, like, 5. But, the end time is the same. And instead of Thursdays being off, it's now going to be Saturdays. And that'll be for at least, like, the next, like, 5-ish weeks. We don't have a hard end date for that. But, it will be basically when she goes back to her old work schedule, then I'm just going to go back to my old schedule. Because then, you know, the reason of me starting late no longer exists kind of thing. It'll also be interesting from a standpoint of I'll be able to compare the numbers from me starting at 5 to me starting at 7 to see how significant of an impact that has, shortening the stream by 2 hours as well as, like, starting at a later time. Because that was one of the things I had debated about, like, when I was adjusting the schedule, days off, that kind of thing. Because I do know for at least the people here in the US, starting at 5 p.m., a lot of people can't tune in quite yet. Because, you know, they're just getting off work, they gotta get home, you know, deal with the commute, you know, the kids probably just got home, so, you know, make sure they're doing their homework or whatever. You know, like, whatever responsibility, stopping for the groceries on the way home, figuring out your dinners, yada, yada, yada. That a lot of people I don't think are able to get until later. And I could see it being a thing that if it, like, has a very minor impact on, like, the numbers and all that, that it wouldn't be a big deal. But, you know, I have no way of testing that without, you know, testing it. Which isn't why I'm doing this, it's just, it happens to work out that I actually test things. Yeah, I know for some of the people who are in Europe, me starting later kind of sucks for them. Because they tune in when I start, and that's kind of their later evening, and then they go to bed. But a lot of them, oh hey, that's cool. Oh wait, don't. Why is that there? Why are there components in here? Don't leave those out there. Glad we saw it. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, because of that, it's kind of like they catch just a little bit of stream before they go to bed, and they catch a little bit of stream when they wake up. So it's going to take away some of the stream for them. It's just kind of one of those things, no matter how I change the hours, if I ever reduce it, there'll be someone left out. But I have no way of quantifying a lot of that. Hey, we got ourselves another little baby muffalo. Nice. I never such a recreation. I also don't want to do that. Visitors, they got items to trade. They'll probably stay here for like 30 seconds and leave. It'll be an interesting experiment. Let's go ahead and take the poor quality stuff. We'll just sell that right now. We'll sell the tattered robes. Oh, you've got a revolver? Yeah, so here, let me give you that. You give me your revolver. I'll take those components. You can take our scraps of cloth. You can take the grenades. And then, meanwhile, go get yourself a revolver. I don't care about that. You're resting. That's fine. Oh, you're starting to grow stuff. Cookie is beginning the planting, and of course is going to start with something that's not edible. Now, granted, in this case, I understand. That's the closest to the building. It was the closest to them. They plant it. It'll take them a couple seconds. Whatever. The big point is that they get down here to actually planting the real food. We have 2 Mega Sloths on the map. I'm surprised you're still alive out there. Or maybe you're not. Like, I think that might just be a different one. Oh. Yeah, so we got crops going in, so they're actually able to eat now. Alright, so we are on the other side of winter. We're actually able to start growing stuff. The temperature's still below freezing, so I'm still expecting the plants to die at night, which it's weird that you're growing, but I would rather you plant stuff and then it die and then you plant it. That we can get food up as fast as possible than just not bother. Meanwhile... that'll be the last we need for this. And I have a quick bridge that connects that. Because then we can start getting our bedrooms online. Because like I said, what I'll do is I'll pop a heater here. Like in the little gaps here. And just however may need to keep these all cool with the door, or keep these all warm with the doors open. Because they'll have a door there and a door there as well. Actually, probably just a door up here. Make that a wall down there. I don't see a reason why I'd want them to exit out this side. Because up here would probably be faster to get over to the kill box. I mean, not really. I could build bridges over there too. Also, how much impact does the late and early Euro peeps, like me, have if we're here for just a bit? Well, for me, to some degree, if you're not there before, I can bet there's low chance I'll be lurking during sleep. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, there are some people who very consistently and reliably pop in for both segments, and it is one of those things that, like, if you have a bunch of people pop in the early stream, even if they're the, like say I have, like, 20, 30 people from Europe pop in at the beginning of stream, knowing they're only going to be there for 1, 2, 3 hours, and then they're going to leave to go to bed, that still boosts my numbers at the beginning, which increases my visibility on Twitch, which helps the rest of the stream be successful because there's more viewers to begin with, because the number of viewers you have helps you get more viewers. So it's one of those things, like, that's actually one of the things that if I start my stream with a game that isn't going to perform as well, it kind of impacts the rest of the stream. Whereas if I start a stream, or I start with a game that I know is going to hit really well, and then I have something that's not necessarily going to be as big later, it usually will hold up better. Like, you'll still usually have a dip in the viewership, but it is one of those things that, like, the faster you can get your numbers up, the more likely you are to get higher numbers. It's just... It is an unfortunate way of just the way it's not even an algorithm, it's who has more viewers positions you strategically on the games page and recommended. Absolutely kind of can set you up for success with the stream or make it much harder. Not that you can't recover and all that, there's raids and all that, but it actually can be very helpful to capture, like, you know, an audience early on, like right at the beginning. It's one of those things that there's a lot of channels who have like something that is like their big at the very beginning stream that they get everyone excited and hyped for, which helps get people in right away. And that's something I don't have that I do particularly well here, but it is something that would be very beneficial to channel if I could figure out something. But you know, those things you don't want to you don't just want to copy what others are doing. Like, it's okay to have very similar ideas, but you don't want to, like, for example, Drongo has his hype train, which is or hype club, which he does for hype trains. Which does encourage people to want to do hype trains. If I went and I did, like, you know, my own hype club thing, that'd be kind of like too on the nose, too But having something that is a progressive escalation as you go through things, you know, that's what encourages it. So having some other thing that's an escalation can be a big thing. I have ideas for what I want to do with that. It requires assets I don't have. And the people I'd want to make those assets aren't available right now. Nor do I particularly have the time or talent to make those assets myself. Imagine living in Europe and watching Rual's entire stream. Oh wait, well, I mean, people have different schedules. You have people who work third shift in Europe or just night owls and all that. I mean, I work what's effectively third shift here in the US. I start my stream at, like, what's effectively dinner time, and I end my stream about the time... Like, not quite the time people are waking up, but, like, what would be, you know, maybe first shift waking up early to start. Which was a deliberate strategic decision when I did it. Just because there's, I kind of cover the same block that a lot of, like, Australian and New Zealand streamers cover. But as far as, like, sheer numbers out there of English streamers, that's kind of an underserved time bracket. Like, there's just not as many people there. Versus, like, main day, like, prime time here US is very competitive. There's just really, really a lot of people who stream during the day US time. And then my wrap-up time is more coordinated with that's about the time that a lot of the daytime streamers in Europe start getting going. Alright, so you are pretty badly injured. We have a high mate that is capable of cooking, medical, and animals not. I mean, we could... I would not be upset if this person joined us. They, I think they said they straight up can't fight. Yeah, they can't violent, but they're sanguine, beautiful, and they're high mate and all that kind of stuff. We could definitely have them take over some of the stuff inside the base, and that would free up some people. So you're the doctor, go ahead. Now, at the same time, if they don't join, I'm also not that upset either. Yeah, you'll be fine. Like, they're not one of those pawns where you get, like, a tough, nimble jogger melee pawn. You're like, oh no, this pawn is happening. It doesn't matter who I have to anger to get to the other side. This pawn is happening kind of thing. It's nothing like that. They make a good addition. They have decided to leave. Well, never mind. I'm not so bent on it that I'm going to capture, like, imprison them and do all that, because then I have to make more, because I don't actually have a prison right now. I just have them in my production room, and luckily they haven't been trying to escape. That'll be the door to go in and out. Prison time? Nah, I'm not going to borrow a prison. Yeah, so our food is starting to rot because it's no longer cold enough. How many mega slots are you gonna put on my map? Stop it. Well, right now they'll get hypothermia in those rooms. They'll just die in the room from hypothermia. Disease infection. Well, don't do that. Like, that's the issue. That's the reason we're all tucked in here still and not using those rooms ourselves is hypothermia. Oh, hey, hang on. Actually, that's maintain temperature without that for the moment, so we'll leave that off. It's getting a little too hot with the geothermal unchecked with the warmer temperatures, but we can open a door when it stays that way. Because bouncing up to 100, that's dropping down. It's keeping these rooms at like 60, 70. All right. And ultimately, production is moving over here. Once it's warm enough to do so. All right, get you the heck out of my colony. But yeah, now if it was like a really, really good pawn, I'd be like, yeah. But I've kind of learned that growing your colony fast almost always ends badly. Hey, Zax, how's it going? Yes, we're getting everything planted. Oh, did the Megasloth finally go away? Good, the Megasloth finally got out of my perimeter. Combat supplier, excellent. So where are you gonna set up? You gonna be close to each other or not really? Mad squirrel. Alright, you just took care of it yourself. Okay, so take our busted up knives and clubs and the short bow. Is there anything I can afford that I want here? Because there's plenty I want. I think I'm going to take the auto pistol. Ooh, it's a shame I cannot get those EMP grenades. Those can be very handy early game. It's just, it is what it is. We just deal without. Hosting an ally. And Addy joins. You are a fast learner who is iron-willed, and you have a scar. You can do medical, social, and crafting and melee, and you won't firefight. Yes. Yeah, yes. Why would I not do this? I don't have to keep you... yes? Alright, so assign. So let's see, work. Alright, so schedule. Addy, where are you? Oh, sorry, it's Wolf. Addy's the one we're getting. You stay in the home zone, you're not allowed to leave. And your schedule is to recreate at all times. You're still alive. Actually, no, wait. No, you're not. I take that back, Lardine. That was the other colony. My bad. Beginning their assault. Okay. So... get all of you up here. Get you two there. Where are you going? I know we're not playing in our normal difficulty, but they're definitely not throwing much at us. It should still escalate pretty badly. I mean, to be fair, our colony wealth is probably not that high. No, it's not. It's only 40,000-ish. A lot of times it'd be closer to 80,000 by now. Part of that's because I have been building slowly because of all the water. That's honestly probably one of the big reasons why when we were doing the Atoll colony that it stayed alive for so long. Sell the club? I will take my change. Give me my pocket change, sir. Ah, 1 silver. Excellent. It rounded up. Alright, we got the cougar on the map. Pretty soon I won't need to worry about that. We'll have our crops up and running. And that'll be a not issue for us. The bigger short-term problem is the whole deal with the Muffalo down here. They're hungry. Alright, I also need another grow zone for smoke leaf. How are you doing? Still chemical starvation? Yep, I can't help you with that now, but we will soon. Alright. Clears junks and gives cash. Yep. Oh no, that's the first thing we did. I just didn't think about the one remaining piece. Alright, you decide to leave as well? Wait. Why did you have to decide to leave twice? I'm confused. She's like, I decided to leave. Okay, no, really, I did decide to leave, actually. I mean it this time. I'm actually leaving. Alright, so... We'll just keep letting that go. I was like, let's get this built. I'm like, no, I'm still making my rooms down here. Cougar is hunting Bong Spill. Oh, Bong Spill, you are in a bad place, friend. Yeah, there's no gaps through there. So I'm gonna try and run you over here. Oh, you might actually get away with this. No, Illicit, I needed you back here. I didn't remember the Cougar Revenge. That's fine. Bong Spill, just keep on running. Well, I was worried about that cougar hunting someone, and well, that's fine. Here, you can have that bow wolf while you're here, as long as it won't make you mad. No, you're good. At least you're armed. I'm not gonna sell that bow. I don't really care. Yeah, she stays for one. Well, that's when you get like the person who's got like 1 billion health problems that they can't actually get off the map themselves. And it's like, you'll have to like get to the point where you can grab them real fast, carry them to the edge of the map, plop them on the edge of the map so you can do those last like 2 steps. And it can be like really tedious sometimes. Like, look man, I appreciate the offer, but you need to be able to actually manage to leave. I know you said you're leaving, but you're not actually like getting to your destination. I need you to see that through. So you got Smoke Leaf over there. Meanwhile, we got all this building over here. What we could do... right now, make that into hay grass. And go structure. Reinstall that in here. And go here, storage, clear, critical. Plants, not plants. Raw, so we can have potatoes. Yep, put potatoes in there, hay or kibble. Yeah, so that way when we enclose that, we can take the muffalo in there so they don't eat our more involved plants and all that. And then just, as we need to, we can just carry stuff in there. What are you doing? Okay, you're playing hoops. Alright, so it's starting to be about the point that we can probably get away with all this. So let's go ahead and open that door so it stops making that room super hot. Of course, there's a wolf. That is one of the downs of the temperate forest, is just that and like jungle, you just have like the endless treadmill of just one predator after the other, which makes hunting dangerous. Where are the berry bushes? Do any of those survive the winter? I need you to go out there and eat. I opened the door. Go forth and eat. I mean, just like no grass in the map, really. Alright. One of runs your main... you had a main pawn die in a raid, getting shot by the same person whose arm she had shot off in a different raid. RimWorld does create those kind of stories. It's one of the things that makes it magic. It's just the absurd nonsense that when you stop back, you're like, wait a second, what? I need you to eat. I've opened the pen. You may go forth and consume. Alright, well, you're just not gonna do that. Gotcha, Chris. Come on, get a good hit in there. You didn't get a good hit in there. It's fine. Cruising across the entire map to grab the one piece of food. Yeah. I can see why Automod grabbed that. We do keep Automod, like, it's not at its highest setting or anything like that. But we do keep it turned on just because, like, I'd rather... Because you can imagine if you're not talking about the game itself, where someone saying something like that could be a problem. I'd rather jump in and be like, ah, that's not necessary, than the alternative, which is, you know, someone says something, it's like, alright, well, let's just deal with this. Which is what we do when someone does say something that's, like, problematic. It's like, okay, and here's this big old ban button. But yeah, now what you said in that context is fine. Just... Still, I try and keep the channel relatively safe for work. Safe for work-ish. Because I do know a lot of people tune in during work hours. They, you know, it's not Coraline. But I thought up to you. You got the man machine today, but still haven't. Don't have your coop. You don't have space for the perfect placement yet. Yeah, no, that's it's the same thing as I unlocked most of the stuff for my ranching before the ranching, other than the stuff that was blocked behind ranching itself. I had like 2 or 3 of the machines unlocked. So Muffler there and dealing with malnutrition. Trying our best to keep things going. We'll end up probably making kibble in the future. But right now I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, so it's just still wolf, that's fine. Basically hunted all the animals that I'm going to worry about right now. What are you working on? You're butchering. Basically grabbing the endless amount of animals we've killed on the map. Just doing that. Apparel is getting tattered. No surprises there. Oh, you found a single unit of grass. Good for you. Yeah, so we still got tons of wood. Let's see. Do you have random research on this run? I do not. We had people want me to do Techno-Humanist. And kind of my thought with that is like, well, if I'm doing Techno-Humanist, I'm not going to have random research turned on. You thought Mandalorian was a movie for Baby Yoda, not a series. I was so disappointed. I don't know, I actually really liked it as a series versus a movie, because of the movie, you know they would have tried to cram all of that crap into just one short thing, and half of the plot wouldn't have made sense because they cut out important aspects of it, and yada yada yada. I'd much rather it be a series. Safe for work, we're Trek fans, not Star Wars fans. I mean, to be honest, I'm a Star Wars fan more than a Trek fan. I like both, though. I'm definitely not in the camp that's like, oh, you like that one? No. How dare you? I enjoy sci-fi, but between the two, if I had to choose only one of them, I'd probably watch Star Wars more than Star Trek. So we're going to start moving all of our production over here. That's turned the wrong way. Because that'll free up space in this room that we can do other stuff. So the ovens and all that stay there. I guess I'll build a copy of this. Well, our set room. This is PC gamers versus console wars. You know, it's a console gamer, but you're my own. You can probably buy. I can probably buy 2 of your PC. Yeah. Well, that's also another thing is when like people get into the whole like PC versus console where they get like super upset and bent out of shape over each other and all that. It's kind of like, really? It's like, it's okay to have a preference, but like, to be just toxic to each other? Like, I do get irked about exclusives and all that. Like, it's not one thing where someone develops a game for one platform, and they're like, hey, we just don't have the bandwidth to do the other ones. But when they're like, very explicitly like, this is a Sony exclusive. Just the same as like, when someone's like, this is an Epic exclusive. Those irk me. Because, like, alright, well, I guess just not buying your game. Sorry, man. Did I choose to copy versus uninstall, reinstall? Don't do that. Hey, Dark Devil, thank you. I appreciate it. Adding to the viewer count over there on the YouTubes. For those who don't know, I do stream to YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Twitch is my main platform. It's where most of my audience is and all that. Streaming to YouTube, honestly, like the biggest draw for me on that is I just don't need to upload the VODs later. They're there. So it just saves me the effort. Alright, we can go ahead and deconstruct that. So this is now a kitchen. So that's good. But yeah, it's been helpful. And then, like, all 3 platforms end up driving traffic to each other. Generally, Twitch is the one that benefits the most from it. Just being transparent on that one. Because people will see that I am doing the live stream content on, you know, YouTube. They'll start feeling, like, left out, that they're not seeing it live, or I'll do my polls and all that, and I can do those on Twitch, but I can't really do them on YouTube and yada yada yada. So all those naturally kind of just nudge people that way. It's not a deliberate decision. It's just stuff like setting up your bots, setting up the polls and all that kind of stuff. They're really set up so you can kind of only do one platform or none of them. You can't do all of them. So I'm just gonna go where my audience is. But it does have the byproduct of giving incentive for people to come to my main platform. That said, I don't care where you view, it all helps. Let's not tear up the road, let's leave the road. So you run out of wood, did you? Slowly but surely we're getting rid of the entire forest in our forest. That's just the nature of doing this stuff. All those, like this is like 3,000-ish wood right here, maybe even 4,000 wood. Because I know like this is like 1700, and this is like another 1,500. You see this thing? But all I get is pogs. Yeah, I'm not gonna read the rest of that because one of those is considered, you know, not a great term. Mature audience rating? I mean, don't get me wrong, you can definitely check out places on Twitch you can find those. But like very clearly this channel is on Twitch as well. It really just kind of depends on the content you're looking for. If you are looking up stuff like hot sub streams, then yeah, you're gonna find that. If you're looking up the ASMR streams, you'll find a lot of stuff in that area. But honestly, like a lot of gaming streams, you'll get like mature audience warnings in the event that you're like looking at, like, for example, if you're playing RimWorld, this triggers a mature audience warning on Twitch because it has like drug use. It has, you know, like you basically have drug use, you have slavery, you have all sorts, like organ harvesting. Yeah, this should trigger a mature audience rating, 100%. Technically on YouTube, I have this flagged as not for kids as well, for good reason. It's just Twitch, they take the time to be like, okay, this one flags for this reason and all that. Just the same as like if I play Grand Theft Auto, whether it's RP or whatever, it's gonna flag for mature audiences for a whole bunch of things like drug use, sexuality, all that. That's just the nature of it. That's going with ESRB ratings. Yeah, none of my content over on I mean it's the same content on both platforms. None of my content over on YouTube is flagged like safe for kids, you know, PG whatever. Because it's not. Not typically. Hey, Mithrathi, how's it going? Okay, so we got the pen set up. We're gonna get this over here. Safe to remove comments like that then? Yep. I appreciate it. Like, if I knew all the commands over there on YouTube, I would have cleared that comment myself as well. It's alright. Alright, so we got Wolf is idle, they're a guest. We're getting pretty close to... Alright, why are you upset? Chemical starvation. Well, we are going to be able to help you out soon with your chemical starvation, but you gotta hang out just a little bit longer, buddy. Then we'll get you what you need. Feels weird, man. Okay, so we should be able to probably build the other half of these rooms. Oh, and me making these round, no strategic advantage. I'm doing this 100% for aesthetics and no meaningful reason whatsoever. I just get tired of rectangles. So I just do that to mix it up. Okay. Meanwhile, you're attacking immediately from the north. And you're rocking pretty much nothing but melee weapons. So let's gather everyone here real fast. Ranged people. Right along here. Melee, be ready to respond. I got a nice long hike to get here. Stop getting upset. Okay. You're of an old generation, never understand the interweb and streaming. The way to kind of think of it, honestly, just is if you think of the oh, hold that. If you think of it as like this, if you go back to like the old radio star, that kind of thing, the talk show host, that kind of thing, it's kind of the same idea. You've got someone, they're covering some topic, they're an entertainer within themselves. Took you 5 years to beat Mario on the NES. I mean, Mario just, I can't go back to remembering what that was like. I did play it. But yeah, and you can figure it out. But yeah, no, it's the thing to kind of like help kind of adjust your expectation is just what was the radio star of yesterday is the streamer of today. It fills the same niche. It's the person that's like the personality, whatever. And it's the same with like the YouTuber. Like that's still again like the radio star kind of thing. Because nowadays like radio stars aren't really a thing anymore like they used to be. They still exist, but they're not as prevalent. That's just because, you know, that's just the way of things. Also, some gamers will rate their streams as MA. Yeah, it's also a thing that channels will. Yeah, so Dark was saying also some gamers will stream their channels as MA because some are bound to curse at games. Yeah, no, it's also, you'll have people who rate their channel mature audiences, one, because they just don't want to deal with kids. There is plenty of that over here on Twitch that they're just like, I don't want to deal with, you know, kids making a bunch of poop jokes and all that kind of nonsense, so we're just going to go ahead and put this as MA. Some of them know they swear, or some of them will even talk about just, you know, not necessarily inappropriate kind of adult topics, but, you know, stuff like they might talk about finances, or talk about work situation, or talk about that, you know, a kid isn't going to have any context and all that. So they'll still mark their stuff as mature audiences. Like, I don't worry about that. Like, if you tune a channel and they're, like, cursing like a sailor and you're like, nah, that's not for me. Absolutely. You know, if there's something like they're dealing with all sorts of very heavy adult topics, again, they're going to, you know, whatever. You just find the content. But, like, the actual mature rating on Twitch side, I wouldn't take it very seriously, I think. DSL was hype. MySpace is the world breaking. I don't know what age you think I am, but I grew up, you know, I predate the internet. I don't predate the thing that became the internet, but I do predate the internet. I do predate, you know, America Online. I do predate where you'd go and you buy, you know, your US Robotics 56K baud modem, or your 14.4K baud modem, where you get your little US Robotics thing. It looked like a mini Atari, but, you know, like the not quite white plastic. So I was there for it. You could definitely pick it up and understand. Like, you can choose not to, but you could definitely pick up to understand. No obligation thing. I could put, you know, I could build you a house from the dirt, digging into the well. Let's see. The serial port was based on or a serial port based 300 baud modem. I didn't have one that slow. We didn't have the accessibility at that point. But yeah, remember the 300 baud modems. Let's see, 5 years is fair time for the NES. Yeah, no, like I remember playing Mario as a kid and all that, but I don't remember how long it took me to beat it. So with all that said, though, we are getting to be about that time. So what I'm going to end up doing here is, for all those on TikTok, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to catch you later. But we are going to be rating out to someone, so don't go anywhere. We're going to make that happen. For all of you over in YouTube land, since you don't have the concept of rating there over in YouTube land, I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube, so don't forget to like and subscribe on all that kind of stuff over on YouTube. Thank you so much for all you tuning in, and I hope to catch you next time at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow or after. So goodbye, YouTube. And then for all of this, still over here on